Buenos and half a day. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us begin. This oversight hearing of the Committee on Child Welfare, Youth Affairs, Senior Citizens, Women's Affairs, Disability Services, the Arts, Culture, Historic Preservation, and Hagatna Restoration is now called to order. Today is April 30, 2026, and the time is 2:01 in the afternoon. Here at the Guam Legislature, in accordance to the open government law, notices for today's hearing were duly provided to all media stakeholders and posted on the Guam Legislature's website and public notice platforms. I would like to acknowledge the presence of my colleagues, Senator Sean Gamatautau, Senator Therese Terlahi, Senator Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Thank you, colleagues, for being here and for your continued commitment to the work of this body. Thank you. We acknowledge the presence of our agency representatives, stakeholders, advocates, and members of the public who have joined us today. Today's oversight hearing will focus on the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, or DVR, under the Department of Services for Individuals with Disabilities, or DSID. The purpose of this hearing is to evaluate the effectiveness of DVR in providing training, job placement, and long-term employment retention for individuals with disabilities. More specifically, we aim to assess whether current programs are producing meaningful outcomes, whether services are accessible and responsive, and whether the system is adequately equipped in terms of staffing, funding, and coordination to meet the needs of those it serves. Before I move forward, I would like to state some basic rules of conduct. Before we begin, I would like to briefly review rules of conduct for today's hearing. Written comments or presentations should be provided to the committee. Please submit them to the legislature or our legislative staff for documentation, or send them via email to Office of Senator Shelly Calvo at guamlegislature.gov. Oral testimony should be summarized within 5 minutes to ensure that all stakeholders and members of the community have the opportunity to participate. I also ask my colleagues to extend the same consideration during the questioning so that we can maintain a fair, balanced, and productive discussion. And if we need to extend a little bit more time, we can probably go around once again with the questioning, 3 minutes per colleague. Once you have presented, please remain available for any follow-up questions from members of the committee. Questions and comments will be limited to the subject matter of today's agenda, which focuses on the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, or DVR, under the Department of Services for Individuals with Disabilities, or DSID. I also remind everyone that this hearing is a forum for respectful dialogue and constructive engagement. Personal attacks, disruptive behavior, or remarks directed to or at any individual will not be entertained during these proceedings. All participants are expected to conduct themselves with professionalism and courtesy. Anyone who refuses to abide by these rules may be asked to leave, and if necessary, escorted out so that we may continue the hearing in an orderly manner. Before we move further, I would like to call in the Sergeant of Arms to please administer or to perform the oath of administration. At this time, I would like to call in our first panel, beginning with the Director of Department of Services for Individuals with Disabilities and any designated representatives, of course, Director Joe Cameron of DVR. Sarge, please administer the oath to all individuals who will be providing testimony before the committee.
Please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you affirm that any and all information you provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Madam Chair, under oath, you may proceed.
Thank you, Sarge. Please be seated, everyone. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Senator Sabina Perez. Thank you, Senator, for joining us today. I shall begin my opening remarks. How are we all doing? Okay. We are gathered here today with a clear purpose, but also with a shared responsibility. This hearing is not simply about reviewing programs or going through data points. It is about understanding how a system designed to support individuals with disabilities is actually working in their day-to-day lives. It is about asking whether the pathway from training to employment and from employment to long-term stability is truly accessible, effective, and sustainable. Because behind every program, every report, and every metric are real individuals. Individuals who are seeking opportunity, who are working to build independence, and who are relying on these systems to help them move forward. And for many of us, this is not just a program. This is their pathway to participation, to be included in the society, to earn dignity, and to have the sense of belonging within our workforce and within our community. That is why today's discussion is structured around the full journey, from training to job placement and ultimately to long-term employment retention. We will begin by looking at how individuals are being prepared, whether training programs, certifications, and skill-based pathways are equipping them with the tools they need to succeed. From there, we will examine how those skills translate into real employment opportunities, how job matching is conducted, how employers are engaged, and whether placements are meaningful and aligned with both skills and labor market needs. But just as important, we will look beyond placement, because success is not simply getting a job, it is about keeping it. We will examine what happens after the initial placement, including outcomes tied to the 90-day benchmark, and whether individuals are being supported in a way that allows them to remain employed, grow, sustain, and be part of our community and have their independence over time. We will also take a closer look at how employers are engaged in this process, what incentives exist, what challenges they face, and how we can strengthen these or those partnerships to create more and more opportunities. And importantly, we will examine how this system connects with the broader workforce landscape, how DVR coordinates with other agencies, and whether its current structure fully supports its mission. These are not simple questions, but they are necessary ones, because oversight is not about confirming that programs exist. It is about ensuring that they work and they produce meaningful results, and that they continue to improve, as well as collaborate with us and all the other stakeholders to better improve whatever existing programs that we already have in place. We recognize that there are individuals within DVR and DSID who are committed to this work. Their efforts matter, and they should be acknowledged. But commitment alone is not enough if the system itself is not fully aligned to deliver results. So today, we approach this discussion with both respect and responsibility. Respect for the work that has already been done and being done, and responsibility to ensure that the system is still strong, stays strong, responsive, and effective as it needs to be. We will be guided not only by the data, but by the voices of those who experience these programs firsthand, employers, participants, and advocates. Their perspectives are essential in grounding this discussion in reality. And as we move through today's agenda, our goal is clear: to understand what is working, to identify what is not, and to determine what must be done next collaboratively. Because ultimately, our role is not just to review it, but to act upon it, to ensure that systems entrusted with public resources are delivering real opportunities, real outcomes, and real impact. And most importantly, to ensure that every individual who turns to these programs is met with a system that is capable of supporting them, not just at the beginning, but all throughout their journey. So on that note, Sidus Masa, for your time, your presence, and your continued commitment to this important work. With that, we will now proceed with the agenda. I will offer the floor and recognize, first and foremost, the Director of DCID, Ms. Michelle Perez. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Half a day, everyone. My name is Michelle Perez. I am the Director of the Department of Integrated Services for Individuals with Disabilities. I wanted to acknowledge Chairperson Calvo. Thank you so much for having this forum for us. I also want to acknowledge Senator Mantanani, Senator Gumatautau, Senator Chalahi, and Senator Perez. Thank you for being here. I have written testimony, so I'll go ahead and provide that to you. Hafide Chairperson Calvo and the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the work of the Department of Integrated Services for Individuals with Disabilities, specifically the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. We welcome this oversight hearing as an important opportunity to provide transparency, reflect on our progress, and outline the path forward. The questions raised by this committee are both timely and necessary, and we appreciate the focus on ensuring that individuals with disabilities in Guam receive the services and the opportunities that they deserve. I would like to briefly clarify the structure of the program. DCID serves as the designated state agency, providing administrative oversight and ensuring compliance with federal and local requirements. The Division of Vocational Rehabilitation operates as the designated state unit and is responsible for the direct administration of the program, including service delivery, case management, and the day-to-day operations. Over the past several years, DVR has been working to strengthen its foundation after long-standing challenges. While the program has historically faced difficulties in utilizing available funds and delivering timely services, we are seeing measurable progress. In the last 4 years, there have been meaningful improvements in strengthening internal processes, stabilizing operations, and building program capacity. At the same time, we recognize that challenges still remain, particularly in staffing capacity, availability of service providers, and system efficiency. Today, we will speak candidly about those challenges and, more importantly, the actions being taken to address them. Our goal is to build a high-performing, accountable program that meets both federal requirements, regulations, and the vocational rehabilitation needs of our community. We appreciate the committee's continued support and oversight and look forward to a productive discussion. Sidus Maasi. At this time, Chairperson, I'd like to go ahead and invite Mr. Joseph Cameron, who is our vocational administrator for VR, and his team to walk you through the presentation that we have prepared for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Perez. Mr. Cameron, sir, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairperson Calvo, and your members, Senator Therese Terlahi, Senator Sabina Perez, Senator Gumatautau, and Senator Matanani. The Department of Integrated Services and Individuals with Disabilities has a very strong responsibility to see that the Division of Voc Rehab follows its goals and the roles of that division. It supports individuals with disabilities in achieving competitive integrated employment. It provides individualized services to promote independence, self-sufficiency, and community inclusion. It serves individuals with physical, intellectual, developmental, and behavioral health disabilities. It supports youth and students transitioning from school to post-secondary education, training, and employment. It partners with employers, education systems, and community organizations to expand employment opportunities and operates under the Rehab Act of 1973 as amended by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act within the Guam Workforce Development System. The history of Guam's VR program. It was established nationally under the Rehab Act of 1973. Guam VR administered under DISIT since 1997. The Rehabilitation Act of 1973 is amended by Title IV Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act in 2014 to strengthen VR services and improve transition services for students with disabilities. DVR serves as the designated state unit and funded through federal VR grant with a local match requiring 21.3% as well as a waiver of the $200,000 under the Omnibus Territories Act. We have a small amount of employees. When I first came on board, I was already retired. I was asked to come back in. And when I walked back into the DISIT as an administrator for the division, it was in February 2nd of 2022. We had a meager amount of employees, and it was a challenge really to see how we can grow this. Not only grow it, but to also create new divisions. We have, of course, the original consumer service division, and we're growing that as well. And we're just at the cusp of waiting for more people to apply for positions of VR counselors. We have a new pre-employment transition services unit, which has its own challenges as well in getting folks to apply for a VR counselor. Mind you, the VR counselor position is a lower pay than the social worker 1 position. So we're going to have to work closely with the Department of Administration and their HR area to see how we can right-size that. We have a business engagement unit, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Then, of course, we have our fiscal administrative offices. On the VR consumer unit, we have, over the years, seen a growth and then a decline. And this decline was not only just Guam, but it was a national concern, especially when there was the COVID closure of all agencies, actually, and government. But we went in the year 2024 of 302 to 2025 at 315 consumers. DVR consumer pipeline, this is our program flow. For fiscal year 2026, we had 26 applicants. 68 applicants, and of the 68 that were determined eligible. Of those, 22 are in training, placed with employer 11, and exceeded the 90-day threshold of full employment 11. Data reflects current reporting and is being refined through improved data validation, dashboard tracking, and implementation of the Rehab Services Administration Corrective Action Plan requirements.
Okay, go ahead.
Enlisted employees by sectors. From the private sector, we have 15. Government of Guam, we've had 5. Federal government, 0. Nonprofits, about 3. We have challenges experienced by Guam DVR in the implementation of the pre-employment transition services, which was supposed to have really been implemented in 2014. And in 2025, we have a robust program that's actually going to all the high schools. So we have limited availability of specialized service providers on island. We have staff shortages, as I had mentioned earlier, exacerbated the difficulties in recruiting and retaining qualified personnel. This is not just Guam. We've noticed this to be a trend on the national level as well. Outdated policies and procedures and systems, procurement challenges, impacting timely support for consumers with urgent needs, COVID-19 related service disruptions and impacts from the responses of typhoons Marwar and Silako. Before I have Willie Kando present the next slide, I'm going to give you a kind of like a preface of what had happened over the years. In 2019, there was a comprehensive needs assessment survey that was not even completed until 2023. And from there, formulated the actual monitoring report of RSA. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an idea that it wasn't till 2023 that Rehab Services Administration actually opened our doors to see how we were doing. It was in 2009 that they last visited Guam. So we looked forward to this reopening and to revisit some of these archaic practices, or for that matter, policies and procedures. And Mr. Kando will now give you the progress update on those.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Chairwoman Calvo, thank you for this opportunity. Senators.
Mr. Kondo, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
As Mr. Cameron had mentioned, they contracted the San Diego State University to conduct this comprehensive statewide needs assessment. They're done nationwide, and from that needs assessment, RSA, the Rehab Services Administration, was able to develop an audit, which led to their corrective action plan specific to Guam's DVR program. Since then, just to give you a most current update on our progress towards meeting that corrective action plan, we've completed 6 of 9 RSA CAP findings, with the remaining findings near completion, resulting in an overall CAP completion rate of approximately 85%. Some examples of the RSA approved policies and procedures that we have been going back and forth with them, over some of them taking well over a year, with technical assistance centers, the national centers involved in that. We typically create our new policies. We send them through their contracted technical assistance centers, both on the East Coast and on the West Coast, depending on what those policies are. And then they eventually finally accept them as approved. Of course, once our entire portfolio of policies and procedures for the division, are fully, 100% done, we would eventually take them through the AAA process for Guam. So some examples of those RSA-approved policy and procedures are updated VR application handbook, referral application and eligibility determination, what's called WIOA data validation policy and procedure. We have an approved prior approval policy and procedure, where certain procurements or certain things that we want to proceed with need prior approval by RSA first before we can proceed, our grantor. Authorization for services policy and procedure has been approved. Our own internal 5 GCA procurement policy, completely aligned with our local 5 GCA procurement law, has been approved. You know, if you were to look at some agencies' procurement policies, they may be 1 or 2 pages. We've developed about between a 25 page policy and procedure just for procurement. And so that has been recently approved, and we've trained our staff on that policy. We also have VR services and PREET's rate setting policy that is basically been approved, but we're still going back and forth with them regarding the development of our rate structure. We've initiated implementation of RSA-approved policies and procedures across the division. As we get these policies approved, we're rolling out the training of our staff. We have ongoing review and development. The 15% that's still missing, that still needs to come to closure, involves our financial management and accountability policies and procedures, and our PREET's policy and procedure as well. And then of course we will continue collaborating with our technical assistance centers to make that happen, as well as with RSA.
We're pretty Senators, we're pretty excited that we've made some successes and improvements. So we've strengthened leadership structure and oversight. We've expanded staffing through targeted recruitment. We've established operational performance dashboards, improvement responses to the Rehab Service Administration Corrective Action Plan. We've completed the comprehensive statewide needs assessment for the 2023 through San Diego State University, with the next comprehensive needs assessment scheduled for completion with the University of Guam Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities and Service, also known as CEDARS, and expanded delivery of pre-employment transition services through strengthened collaboration between DVR and the PREET's unit, contracted providers, and the Guam DOE Special Ed. Our success stories: successful collaboration with the Technical Assistance Centers and Rehab Service Administration in addressing the Corrective Action Plan. We meet and greet with the Helen Keller National Center representative to further expand understanding of their services and explore partnership opportunities. We have ongoing collaboration with the Guam Department of Education Special Education Program through a formal interagency collaborative agreement. We meet with that team once a month. Reestablishment of the State Rehab Council with recognition and support by the Rehab Service Administration. Active participation in community outreach initiatives such as Passport to Services and participation in career days to promote vocational rehabilitation services and youth engagement. Community outreach and participation in Special Olympics Guam, establishment of qualified vendors to deliver pre-employment transition services to eligible or potentially eligible students ages 14 to 21. Ongoing formal requests for proposal procurement process to expand and enhance the pre-employment transition services delivery. The Business Engagement Unit initiative launched in March 2 of 2026 to strengthen employer partnership. Active engagement with local centers to increase awareness and support for DVR's initiatives. First ever DISIT open house hosted to increase public awareness of services. And then of course we have the National Technical Assistance Centers and the Pre-Employment Transition Services Conference on Island as an ongoing effort to strengthen collaboration and bridge DVR with Guam's special ed programs and associate services. At this time, I would like to ask the chairperson to please allow us to have Michael Palbetti, who leads the Pre-Employment Transition Services, to say a few words about it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senators. I'm Michael Pobletti, Program Coordinator 4 for the Pre-Employment Transition Services Unit's PREETS unit. So what is PREETS? PREETS it provides early career focused support to students with disabilities. PREETS requires under the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA. Its services are available to students who are eligible or potentially eligible for VR. Focus is on developing fundamental skills for post-secondary education and employment. Now, the 5 required PREETS activities are, the first one we have is job exploration counseling. The second one is work-based learning experience. The third one is counseling on post-secondary education. The fourth, workplace readiness training. And finally, the fifth one, instructions in self-advocacy. We serve the students with disabilities from ages 14 to 21 years old. Now, the next one we have is for 2025 for our PREETS data. We continue to serve students at 188 that we serve for 2025. Total services provided was at 323, and the total schools engaged was 12. So that include participating schools for the private, public, charter schools, and also other agencies such as DYA. That breakdown is from GW, we had 23, Southern High, 29, Career Tech, 7, BTAX, 1, Zummal Community School, 1, Simon Sanchez, 33, Academy, 1, Teason High School, 32, Guahan Charter, we had 4, JFK, 15, Okuru, 36, and DYA at 6. Now, for the PREETS expenditures, what we did was for 2025 and 2026, the water amount was about $2,085,461, which was a 15% PREETS reserve for $312,819. For expenditures for 2025, we achieved at $136,313.95, which was already 44% expended. For 2026, for year to date, it's at $65,373.23, with the percent expended was at 21. So for DVR, we project in our PREETS expenditures will increase upon an award of our multi-term contract for PREETS and other planned programs, events, and initiatives. The goal of the PREETS is for students to transition to VR consumers eligible to receive VR services, guided by their respective needs and informed choice. And next we have Ms. Stacy McDonald-Flores, who will be representing for the Business Engagement Unit.
Thank
Ms.
you.
McDonald, you're recognized.
Hafaday and good afternoon. My name is Stacy McDonald-Flores, and I am the lead for the Business Engagement Unit, a new division within DVR that was established and launched on March 2nd, 2026. 44 days to be exact. The Business Engagement Unit serves as the primary liaison between DVR and the business community. In my role, I serve as the initial point of contact person to engage employment opportunities and outreach. So the purpose of the Business Engagement Unit is to build, develop, and sustain employer partnership. Next slide. Our goals in the Business Engagement Unit is job placement and work-based learning opportunities, and to advance inclusive hiring practices across Guam for individuals with disabilities. The pathway to placement includes candidate matching, where VR counselors match candidates with businesses, the interviewing and hiring support, where VR counselors support candidates to prepare for interviews and to be aware of job duties and responsibilities. We also monitor onboarding and retention. Some of the major accomplishments in the first 30 days for the BEU includes employer engagement successfully initiated with positive feedback from all shareholders. I've connected with 16 partners ready for job placements. I've established a strong network of contacts and relationships with numerous businesses and Government of Guam agencies. I conducted targeted outreach aligned with specific career interests of students who may potentially become eligible for VR services. I created a data management and tracking system in place, a quality assurance plan of action is in place, we have staffing structure in place, and ongoing outreach efforts with candidates, consumers, and businesses. We also began the process of securing a training center for partners and consumers. Thank you. I now pass it on to Rita Sotomayor.
Ms. Rita, you're recognized. Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. I am the Administrative Services Officer, and so I'll be explaining or giving you some highlights on our grant funds. How we receive them. The funds are the amount of funds that are awarded to Guam is determined by federal statutory formula, and that's by population and per capita income based on the national average. And so we receive, each fiscal year, we receive our grants like in the first quarter, around November in the first award. And then the second award would come in the second quarter around April, March or April. But at the same time, we're operating with carryover funds from the previous fiscal year. So I want to explain that there's a reallotment process of the fundings that we receive because we're operating with 2 grants going on concurrently each fiscal year. So there is a reallotment process. That is when we relinquish funds that are unused or we're not able to, we know before August each year that we're not able to expend those funds. And so during that time, RSA, our federal grantor, they have a reallotment process. And during this process, you can either relinquish funds so that other state agencies are able to use those funds and can match those funds. Or you can also go in during that same period of time and request for additional funds as long as you know that you're able to match it. So in the past years, we have been relinquishing funds because we're operating, as I mentioned, carryover funds from the previous year. So we have 2 grants going on concurrently. And we try to maximize our funds as much as possible. And the funds that we do relinquish, it's not hampering any services to our clients because those are funds that we know that are not going to be expended or matched that fiscal year. Okay, so let's see. Our awards that we've been returning has been, sometimes it's based on, like Mr. Cameron was mentioning, some of the areas that we were having issues with trying to expend funds, and that's personnel shortages, and then during the time of the COVID, we definitely returned funds during that year. And procurement, sometimes it's an issue trying to procure for services to our consumers, and the lack of service providers here on Guam for our clients. So let's see.
Thank you, Rita. DVR going forward, we continue to collaborate with National Technical Assistance Centers and the Rehab Services Administration. to complete our corrective action plan. We increased participation with GovGuam agencies in DVR's programs, services, and activities. We continue to collaborate with Department of Labor's one-stop system. We have an overall DVR outreach summit and school events, especially with the newly launched business engagement unit, and increase in the VR and the pre-employment transition services for both services and expenditures. We do have strategic initiatives for Guam DVR, and we've placed them not necessarily in any specific order, but it is pre-employment transition services, employer and community partnership with our business engagement unit, interagency collaborative agreement with Guam DOE and Special Ed, data reporting and performance monitoring for targeted service improvements, supported employment, also sometimes known as a way of bringing people in to support and job shadow a particular individual that may need it while they're employed. We also have enhanced staffing patterns in alignment with the combined state plan implementation. At this time, I would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity, and also to answer some of the questions. How many government departments or agencies has DVR enlisted for training of clients? We've done work with Guam Police Department, Department of Agriculture, Guam Department of Education, Department of the Youth Affairs, and the legislature. The question was asked of how many private sector employers has DVR enlisted for training thus far for this year. We're looking at 15. How many clients has DVR interviewed, and how many have been referred for training? And GovGuam departments and agencies, and any suggestions to make this process more responsive to the needs of the clients. So we're looking at wanting to build capacity with the GovGuam agencies for this year. How many clients has DVR interviewed, and how many have been referred for training with private sector? And we've seen that to be at 68. And we're still working on any suggestions on making this process more responsive to the needs of our clients. The question, does DVR need more human resources to assist with the delivery of services to our clients? Absolutely. We need as much as we can so we can continue to recruit vocational rehab counselors and also vocational rehab workers. Describe the purposes for the federal funds allotted to DVR. How can DVR further meet the purpose for the use of funds so we can minimize the return of unused funds? And we've looked at many areas, and we want to say that by building capacity, we can work on that. Possibly an amendment to the procurement process. And I would like, at this time, Mr. Calvo, to just give us an idea of the problem with procurement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cameron. So we want to brainstorm with your office, in ways that we could potentially amend the procurement law. Some examples might be increasing the thresholds. Right now, anything below $25,000 is a small purchase for either services or equipment. When we're purchasing items, assistive technology items, even less than $10,000, like for a power scooter, it's taken more than a year. In one instance, we just don't have. We've gone over, and we collaborate very closely. We have to go through GSA, but just in these procurements, a lot of times locally, the vendors just can't source it.
Mr. Kondo, what is your threshold, your current threshold at the moment?
Right now, our thresholds are strictly, we follow the 5 GCA. So we follow those thresholds. But even for a simple RFQ, I mean, we would really need to minimize the number of formal either RFPs or IFBs that we need to do, because those already take a long time. But if we can minimize the number of formal procurements, then relative to the businesses that we want the businesses to open their doors for placement, we don't really see that as a procurement. It may be an MOU, a template that we devised where all businesses can participate, because we don't want the businesses to compete. Any business that wants to make themselves as an employer available to our clients, because our clients are choosing them. And so if they're choosing a specific employer, we don't really see a competitive procurement process. So what does that look like? We want to go there and try to figure that out. So those are just some examples.
Little challenges.
Thank you. Just wanted to tap on to what Mr. Kando is saying when it comes to procurement. Our clients, the consumers, the needs that they have are direct needs, are right today needs. So when we go through the procurement process, the challenge of having to wait for, finding a wheelchair or we have to go through this whole procurement process just to find a specific type. But it's a need that needs to be provided right away, right? So we understand the other services that perhaps are needed or equipment that can wait, but a lot of these things can't wait because it deals with independence. It deals with them finding, because with independence comes the ability to find employment or to find, to go off in training. So that's where we're coming from with regards to perhaps there's a way to amend the procurement process for specific things.
It's most likely something we can actually discuss and consider and carefully craft, but perhaps with a caveat of reporting and accountability, just so,
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, and we've been working very closely with several state agencies that have gone through some legislative amendments so that individuals who have what they call, and it's a federal law, informed choice. So they really have an opportunity for choosing. And so we've looked at some of what other states have done, and we're happy to come to the legislature to see what we could do in not necessarily mirroring, because there's no mirror, because we're very different. We're out here in the middle of nowhere, so to speak, and we may want to enhance that better than, oceans apart.
And of course, keep GSA with us at the table to help guide us as well.
of course.
Absolutely.
Of course. It's something we can coordinate, I guess, and see where we can find solutions, correct? But I just wanted to point it out because you mentioned earlier that these procurements are for technologies, right? Mm-hmm. And equipments that otherwise can help not just students, but other individuals, correct? Thank you.
Also, well, if I may, Madam Chair, I know I had come to you separately on the possibility of a structural consideration and placement of the Guam DVR under a different agency. Since then, I've gone on a national level meeting of directors for VR, and they're already seeing some really hodgepodge problems of maybe DVR losing its presence, and that presence cannot be lost. So we may have to come back to the table on that and revisit what really is happening. Is that President Trump has already diminished the presence of the U.S. Department of Education, and that there is a big push that they will place the Rehab Services Administration under the U.S. Department of Labor. But in doing so, we've already noticed on a national level that the VR agencies their presence will be null, and that do we really want to go that route? And so state by state, they're kind of looking to see if whether or not we want to really diminish or do we want to increase the presence of VR per state.
It is actually a good discussion that we had a couple of times over already, and as well as a discussion that Michelle and Ruel and myself and my team have also discussed. And since you already let the cat out of the bag, I just wanted to say that this week, I already had a small conversation with Director De La Sola about with regards to this issue, and we were supposed to meet on Monday. Unfortunately, our schedule got postponed, but it will still happen. So that's a separate issue wherein, rest assured, I am on top of it.
Yes. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so very much.
I noticed that on the testimony list, Deputy Director Ruel is actually listed to offer oral testimony. Sir, you're recognized if you are ready.
I'm just the referee today.
Referee today, okay.
And the note taker.
All right.
But anyway, just for formal cause, I'll just introduce myself. So I'm Ruel Jalan. I'm the acting deputy director for DISID, and I'm also the administrator for DISID's Division of Support Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruel. Is there anything else that you guys would like to add with your testimony so we can, I don't want to scare you guys, but start firing away? No, just kidding. Well, you know, the excitement in the room is happening. So I just have very few questions before I come back around, recognize my colleagues. Oh, before I proceed, I'd like to recognize the presence of Vice Speaker Ada. Vice Speaker, he's also the Vice Chair of our committee. And thank you, Vice, for being here. I just wanted to circle back, Mr. Poblete. You offered this pre-ETS, 5 required pre-ETS or its activities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I just wanted to ask, just for the record, how long does it take for all these steps to be completed?
So Senator Calvo, what happens is we have our VRC counselors.
Hold on. Just for the record, this is the steps to serve students with disabilities ages 14 to 21.
Yes. So what we have, Senator Calvo, is we do have our VRC counselors that actually goes out to the schools. They do an assessment with the student, and they have the informed choice of what service activity that they're able to be conducted. So depending on the type of disability that are faced with a student, sometimes the student may have to take the lesson again for the activity, or they're going to be reaching out with the CRT too as well.
So it's flexible.
It is flexible.
And if you may oblige us, if you can give like a rough estimate of the timeline, you know, just
For completion?
For completion.
Sometimes a student may take in 1 quarter, 1 activity, and also it can be happening to with a second activity in the next quarter as well.
Let me see. How many total students again?
Total students is 188.
188.
Yes.
188.
I might also add, Madam Chair,
Yes,
that there are students who do not want to go to post-secondary, like going to GCC or any other training or UOG, or if at all needed to go off island for specialized schooling. Some have chosen not to participate in that. So then it takes the 5 to 4, so to speak. But one of the wonderful things that we're looking at very soon, and then it's almost like a camp to have an opportunity for individuals, students, to go out and be placed in a summer job. And it could be a paid work experience. In some states, they do that. Sometimes the employer becomes the employer of record, or it could be DISIT could be the employer of record. And so it kind of has an opportunity for us to grow in that area. And I'm thinking that when one student avails to that, and a parent was very, very not wanting that for their child, when they start seeing the neighbors, so to speak, that, hey, they're participating, that number may rise. So we're pretty excited about those opportunities of paid work experiences or just work experience.
Yes, I agree with what you said, and it's important that they have all these experiences because they can feel that they are a part of the community, and that's why we're all here for, right?
Yes, and one of the other things, Madam Chair, is that some folks have come to the table and says, don't you think 14 is too young? No, it's never too young. Is it possible that at the age of 15, the student might change their choice of what type of work they would? Sure, we can just demand their individualized plan for employment. Is it possible, but when they're in the 10th grade, they would change? 11th, 12th grade. As often as necessary, we will follow the student.
Thank you. Before I open the floor for questions from my colleagues, I just wanted to throw one question to Ms. McDonald. Ms. Stacy, you mentioned earlier about the employer engagement. You are the employer engagement. Technically, I was going to suggest this, for DVR to have an employer engagement specialist. But after seeing your presentation, it seems like you are that person, which is perfect. And I wanted to ask about, I see that you already made movements from March 2. You have progressed, and I'm curious to know about the center that you started engaging with, so clients as well as employers can actually have activities together. Can you please expound on that? Thank
Absolutely, Madam Chair. So the center will act as the business engagement unit facility as well as DVR training center. So it's a dual center. It's a dual facility center for training. For example, if we engage with an employer and they are not comfortable with working with individuals with disabilities, it is our obligation to provide them services for disability awareness so that they may come to a comfort level in opening their agency and their businesses to supporting individuals with disabilities.
That is a great idea. And I think, you can also utilize that center to invite businesses over and encourage them to hire more businesses. Anyways, I have more questions later, but I would like to give way to my colleagues.
Sure.
I'd like to recognize and begin with our Vice Chair, Vice Speaker Ada. Okay. Senator Sean. You're recognized, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of you for being with us this morning. I wanted to just spend, if I could, for a bit on the one slide that says understanding federal funds reallocation, and it talks about reasons funds were historically reallocated. I know the director and I were talking before this about trying to get to OFB to talk in perhaps a pre-budget meeting. And why I wanted to talk about this particular slide is, are you all seeing any issues at DOA in terms of either your hiring or any types of work relative to the programs and the things that you need done under this?
Thank you, Senator. So We've always had a challenge for decades, even before I came on board, with regards to finding qualified individuals to be VR counselors, VR workers, and even program coordinators specific to the program that VR runs. So they have put out, there was a continuous announcement for these, for specific VR positions. We would get listings, we would get a packet of applicants. Unfortunately, it's either they just weren't the right fit because they didn't understand what the role of a VR counselor was, or what role that they would play with working with people with disabilities, or we didn't get enough applicants. The most recent, good news is we were able to hire, we're getting one new VR counselor. The individual should be starting soon, I believe. She's just going through the process. We asked for another supplemental listing. Unfortunately, there is no list. So we're kind of back at square one, and this kind of brings up the challenge of trying, some of the funding that we have the money to fund the positions, it's just we don't have people applying. And that kind of goes back to what Mr. Cameron had mentioned about the salary and the incentive to even want to become a VR worker, where there's a disparity in pay between a social worker one, which we have great social workers in our program now, and the VR counselor one position, who the criteria is pretty much the same because it's the entry level position, but the disparity is actually one pay grade below a social worker one. So that, that in itself is a big challenge. So that, yeah, you're absolutely right when you say that could be one of the reasons for reallocating some of the funds.
And Michelle, probably that also says the same about the procurement. I mean, if
Yes,
it's
sir.
in the same boat, I mean, unless you started to do your procurement on October 1,
Correct.
you really can't expect that you're going to be able to punch out some of these things
Yes.
for those you're providing service. Is that another, have you seen that too?
Yes, sir. And, going back to what Mr. Kando had mentioned about procurement itself, when we have clients that are in need of specific equipment or specific services, and then we have to go through this really grueling procurement process to find specific specialized equipment, because it's not a generalized equipment or service, then it even breaks down puts up another barrier, because we have to wait for bids, we have to wait, and then it comes to a point where perhaps, and we've seen it happen, where we've gone through the procurement process and GSA comes back and says, we just can't find anyone on Guam to provide that equipment or provide that service. Then we have to go out and look off island, and then, but that process takes also another months, 2 months, maybe even up to 6, sometimes a year. Then we have to restart for the next fiscal year, trying to reprogram that, start the procurement process over.
But Michelle, it seems that even though no one likes to go through the federal GSA schedule for some of these things because they're very expensive, if you are thinking that, okay, we'll try to do it on our own, why doesn't the agency just try to work with GSA and jump on try to buy some of these more, I guess, technical types of equipment through the federal GSA schedule? I know it's expensive, but at least you get it or access to it.
Well, I don't think that's ever been a practice with us, but I can defer to Mr. Cameron and Rita.
The technical GSA pricing that you speak of when you're dealing with federal funds, it can go up to about 75 to 80% discount. But what great discount is that when we can't find it locally?
No, but that's what I'm saying, that if you use the federal GSA schedule working with our local, it makes sense that it's a bigger place to go get more equipment, especially when you can't find, obviously locally it's tough. Bill, you were going to say something?
Yeah, that's another area where we can bring that to the table and have the discussion with GSA as well. They may know something that we haven't thought of on that issue. I know the hospital has had agreements with large federal GSA organizations that help them bring in their supplies and pharmaceuticals. So that's a possibility.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem an ideal because it's so expensive, but when you can't find it, You got to find other ways to be able to bring it to Guam. I just wanted to add one thing, Miss, maybe for Stacy, but when we think about the limited local VR service providers, are we even not considering any of the local Ability One companies to be able, since it's been a federal law since 2006, and it's the largest pool to get folks to come to work and get them started. I think about it on certain programs. I'm hoping that as your engagement, we have, I think, maybe one or two that could be pursuing that. And would encourage you to think about the Ability One companies to be able to encourage that engagement. I have only a couple more questions, Madam Chair, and I want to talk a little bit about the job coaches if I can. And this probably goes back to what we were talking about before this meeting started. Recognizing that the FY 2026 budget law does not include an appropriation from the general fund explicitly for job coaches, what data is available from DSID, from DVR, that can speak to how earlier appropriations for job coaches supported individuals with disabilities, particularly those who are at the point of transition out of the GDOE and into the workforce?
Well, first of all, the birthright for job coaches comes from the grant called supported employment, and it does not exceed the 2-year prescription. But we had experience in the past where it did exceed the 2-year, and we were zapped for it, and they said, hey, listen, this is why we have this law called federal supported employment, because it's people like you in Guam who exceeded it. So we had to really monitor you. But there was an opportunity 1 year where we had an extended supported employment. But remember, supported employment is not a lifelong service. It's one of those things that you pull away from as you see that the individual employed has a meaningful relationship with the employer, and that there's no longer a need to have somebody there 3 to 4 hours a day, etc. It's a pulling away.
And with that said, without an appropriation in the FY 2026 budget law, specifically for this particular purpose, does DSID or DVR have a wait list confirming the current demand for the job coach services?
No, sir, we don't. The reason we did not request for it in the 2026 budget is because we actually did an assessment and worked closely with VR to determine if there were any other consumers or potential consumers that were going to need job coaching services to be funded locally beyond the time frame that was allocated through federal funds, and there weren't any. Also, when the legislature provided us the $68,000 for the past few fiscal years for this program, the goal was not to sustain it forever, right? Because job coaching, as you know, as a coach, you're kind of pull away after a while. And we're proud to say that the individuals that were availing to the job coaching program that were locally funded have fully transitioned into their workplace, and the goal of having supported internal employment with the agencies has come to fruition.
And now that's kind of a good segue. So
Yes.
let me talk a little bit about the pre-employment transition services. You're talking about sustainability. And I know that you've been talking about it even in your citizen-centric reports, but can you speak briefly on the value and the sustainability of the pre-ETS program moving forward?
Definitely. So this is a 100% fully funded, federally funded program. And the grant itself, if whatever total amount of the grant that we get, 15% of that is mandated to be allocated specifically for pre-ETS in the schools for 14 to 21-year-olds. So the sustainability is there. We actually have the opportunity within the funding that we get. Is not just that's just the minimum amount that we need to set aside, which is the 15%. So if we are able to reach more students and provide more services, the funding can be increased, and there's no issue. The goal is this is like a precursor to actually getting these students to apply for VR services and then get the full VR service all the way from high school out to adult life.
All right, Bill, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, and we need to remember, thank you, Senator, because post-secondary education is one of the five, I mean, we mentioned 14 to 21, but if they choose to go to post-secondary education, we're following them within our pre-eds program up to 24. And so we can pay for them to go to specialized, you know, hopefully they're going to post-secondary education on island, but we also send them off island as well.
Michael, you haven't said anything. So what do you think about the sustainability of this program moving forward?
The sustainability for the program for pre-eds would be very needed for Guam, especially for our students and the disabilities, because this gives them an opportunity to expand with their education and also for the work.
What are parents saying about that, though?
We're seeing an increase as we shown in the 2025 data sets because this has not done before. So there's a positive feedback not only from the different schools, from the public, private, charters, and also with DYE too. So we actually branched out and went out meeting with the CRT teachers, and it was a positive feedback from it.
Well, thank you all, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for your service to the people of Guam.
Thank you, Senator Gumatautau. And now I'd like to recognize Senator Therese Terlaje.
Thank you all for your presentation and for your work taking care of our citizens with disabilities here on Guam. All right, so your explanation for why some federal funds are being returned is it every year? Because the last report we're looking at is, well, there's a article, that's what I'm looking at, that talks about 2024. So are these funds returned every year? It talks about 2022, it was returned, and now 2024. Is it every year that like 1.5 million is returned?
Yes, the reallocation process is annual. I'll give you an example. The state of Hawaii is under what they call an order of selection. What that basically meant was the money that they were provided to begin with was not enough money to service the amount of individuals that needed to be serviced. So they became what they call order of selection, meaning people with the most severe disabilities get served first and on down to the less. The state of Hawaii, for example, has an opportunity for any monies that were reallocated by a particular state. I'll give you an example. In 2022, Alaska reallocated $3 million. And then in that same year, Arkansas reallocated $20 million. And then you have Georgia that reallocated $41 million. And then you have Indiana who
we have that report in front of us.
But that number is different every year.
Okay, so for Guam, I just want to talk about Guam. Of course, everybody wants to know, can we do different?
We can. You know, there's what we're reallocating back or returning, as most people refer it to, is the funding that's not matched by local match, right? So when we first initially have to turn in our budget, right, our budget request, and what we do is we look at what our maintenance of effort was for the last 2 years, and then we base our funding that we received to what we would like to request from the legislature to provide for a local match. So what we've been seeing in our trend and our burn rate every year, based on the different challenges that we're having with procurement, with staffing, with service providers not being available, and all those other things, is what can we ask from our local government to match in order, it's reasonable for us to say that we can spend. So every year, every fiscal year since I've been on board, we've been around the 300,000 mark for asking for local match. We get our notice of awards twice a year. The first is within the first quarter of the year, then the second is like going into the second to the third. By the time we get the second notice of award, and we notice that we got 2,085,000 that we've actually got from the legislature to match that federal funds. The difference is what we're not matching, but it's at no fault to the legislature or to the agency, because we're trying to project what we can spend reasonably within the time frame that we're getting these funds. So then the difference is what we're reallocating back.
So
if
we
that
didn't,
makes sense.
yes, so we didn't allocate enough matching to meet what they're actually giving you?
Yes.
Can we do that differently in the upcoming years? For example, is there a need?
There is.
Can we meet the need if we increase the match?
There's always a need, Senator.
That's what I thought.
Unfortunately, we can have the money, but if there's no place to spend the money or find the services or staff or whatever else we need, then it doesn't seem fiscally responsible for us to ask for that amount of money if we already know that we're not able to spend it. So we're not trying to overspend, because we're also getting carryover from the previous year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a need.
Yes.
And there might be funding available, but we cannot meet this need because we cannot hire enough qualified people
And we can't
to be counselors.
And the service providers right out there that can provide the service to, like, training services and so forth, is very limited here. So we're trying to be more robust in finding those services, in opening up our business engagement unit to try and also find those resources out there so that we can spend more money. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and how aggressive is that plan? Is there any hope, I guess, that we can give the consumers that there will be additional services this year?
Well, our approach is, yes, we're hitting the ground running. I mean, we've been trying to brainstorm on other ways to entice employers, and that's why we opened up the business engagement unit. We've been trying to work with our federal counterparts and other DVR agencies out in, throughout.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it the employers that we're short on, or is it providers, you said, for training that we're short
Everything.
on? Or
We're short on employers that meet the need. It's meeting the need of the consumer, not meeting the need of the employer. So that, that needs to be really, because it's about consumer driven. It's informed choice of the consumer. That's one thing. The other thing is finding service providers that can provide the service, provide the training to these. Our counselors try to find these on their own right now, right? So opening up the business unit is one way. So we're spending more money now that we created the pre-ETS unit, so that helps, right? So we're trying different ways, but we have a total of 5 counselors, 2 of them in pre-ETS and 3 in the consumer unit, that are handling the entire island and trying their best to figure out how are we going to provide this service to the consumer. So yes, it's a big challenge. It's a very big challenge. The money is not the issue.
all right, would it, if we shifted more for the pre-ETS, would that work or not?
We are spending more money on pre-ETS than we are on other service providers
And
right now.
this grant, you can put it all towards pre-ETS if you wanted
We
to?
can put as much as we need to
Yeah.
in pre-ETS.
Regarding that, Senator, so yes, it all starts with the pre-ETS, because at that age, you want to start as, 14 to 21. Our goal, though, is to transition them to become VR consumers, which, then they avail to the full array of VR services. And then we can spend more and meet their needs more. So if, once the pre-ETS unit becomes a well-oiled machine, it's going to affect positively, we think positively affect the consumer unit, and they will have more consumers, will need more counselors.
Yeah.
we need to fix the salary for the counselors. Because the VR...
If that's the issue, it seems like,
Well, the VRCs they were not included in the Hay study. And so we think because they were not accidentally or otherwise included in the Hay study, we probably can work with DOA, HR
Absolutely.
to fix that. And so,
what are you waiting for?
So that's another area we're gonna address.
Are you working on that?
We are. It's been brought up before, so we just need to go back and revisit that. Even with the VR supervisor position that has been open for several years, we've had to go in and amend that so that the qualifications are more feasible for this person to, anyone to apply, because you have to have a certain certification, which, not everyone has. And so there's a lot of things, Senator. I mean, we are trying. We can always do better, and that's always been the, what we've tried to project. And yes, there have been challenges. There's challenges with the current consumers that we have waiting for certain services or placement, and so yes, we're trying our best to figure it out.
All right. Well, I feel like the DOA issue is one that director to director you need to resolve, or cabinet, you guys are all cabinet members, that has to be resolved, and it has to be, you have to be aggressive about it. We've seen this with other agencies, and if you're not aggressive, you're not going to get the attention. And if we want to take care of our consumers, and that's what we're going to have to do. Can you just clarify? On page 6, you say there are 315 consumers, and then on page 7, you talk about 68 applicants. What's the difference between applicants and consumers?
People or individuals with disabilities may apply for a VR service, and that application can take anywhere from 30 to 60 to 90 days, and upon which time that they are determined eligible, fully eligible, then there's something called an individualized plan for employment, wherein the consumer sits down with the counselor and they start mechanizing and start idealizing what they really want.
All right, so why are there so few applicants out of 315 consumers?
Senator, perhaps I can clarify that. So when you look at the chart, it's 315 total for 2025. That's how many consumers we had. We were just targeting how many applicants for 2026. There were 68 applicants. That's not to include the current caseload of consumers from 2025. These are just the new consumers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2020, so are we trying to match the number of applicants with the number of consumers, right? We're trying to get all our consumers who are interested into the program to become applicants and be qualified?
Correct, yes. So if you look at, perhaps maybe the chart should have been a little more clear and direct, that out of the 68 people that came in through our doors in 2026, all 68 were found eligible for services. Now they're considered consumers.
Okay, so do we go from 315 to 68 from one year to the next?
No, this is specific to counting how many new applicants and how many new consumers for this fiscal year from October 1 to present.
Okay, well, how many then did you have in 2025?
315.
That's what I mean. So
Yeah.
did we go from 315 to 68 times 2 is not going to get us anywhere near 315.
The 315 in 2025, they remain active cases. They remain active VR consumers.
Okay, so these are new.
These are new.
All right. Yes. And then when you did this, the CAP, the Corrective Action Plan, and then you also did a needs assessment. So the needs assessment was done in 2023. When was the Corrective Action Plan done?
So the corrective action plan would have started thereafter in 2023 up until the current. So the progress I was giving on the corrective action plan is the most current progress.
All right, and when, you say there's another needs assessment going to happen, this time by UOG, will do it when?
As soon as we complete the signatory phase of the agreement, the assessment, it needs to be done once every 3 years.
Okay.
So you do the assessment, and then you strive to make those improvements.
correct.
Yeah. And then so it's federally required once every 3 years.
All right, so you've known since 2023, just this, when will you complete your corrective action requirements from 2023?
Well, with only 15% left, I mean, so we're hoping that within the next 6 months, we should be done.
All right, and then if you completed that, what does that mean for the consumers? What has improved for them by following all that corrective action plan? Have we increased the number that we can serve?
I think so. I think all areas of our division are improving. We're improving the way we do procurement, although we think we need outside agency help to streamline it even further. We have more focused policies on how we provide services. We've developed an actual first-time policy for pre-ETs, because it's a fairly new program, and so that's a success story. First time we've had, we really needed a financial management and accountability policy to show the federal government and our local government that we're actually capable of tracking our federal funds, to the penny. And so those are some of the success stories that we're achieving.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I can circle back again. I just want to give an opportunity. Senator Sabrina Salas-Montanani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel, DICIT, and as well as DVR. I appreciate the presentation that you provided to the committee. But what I find interesting and a little bit more concerning is not necessarily the presentation, but the written testimony that was provided. And I'd like to read at least one of them and kind of go through some of the others. But this one, I just received it before I walked in. And it is, I am the mother of a young man with autism spectrum disorder who graduated in 2019 from Southern High School. My son was a client of the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation from 2019 to 2022. During that time, DVR helped him find a job, created an individual plan for employment, IPE, with my son's employer, and provided job training. Unfortunately, the services provided by DVR ended before the goal in his IPE were achieved, meaning that he was not truly ready to be independent in the workplace. His employer saw the potential in him and requested an extension of DVR services in order to achieve the goals that were set in place by DVR and the employer. This request was made so that my son could continue to receive job coaching and training. Despite this professional recommendation and my son's clear need for more time due to his disability, DVR refused to extend his services. Once DVR closed his case, there was no follow-up or guidance on what steps he could take next to continue building his skills or maintain employment. As a parent, it was heartbreaking to watch my son lose the progress he had made simply because support from DVR ended too soon. Individuals with disabilities often need a little extra time and continued guidance to succeed, not because they are unable, but because they learn differently. And that's just one testimony. And another testimony that we received.
Senator, we will call them for the second panel.
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know that this person is not testifying. Is there anybody here that is a client or a consumer? Evelyn, okay. Mr. Rohr, are you going to be testifying? Well, okay. So I guess then I'll ask, how does DVR define a success case? A successful case?
Under the federal guidelines, vocational rehabilitation placement that is 3 months fully actualized employment. then that individual will be considered a successful closure. But notwithstanding, even if an individual has already worked 3 months, 90 days, it is still the responsibility of the counselor to go back quarterly for a full year to see that that individual is doing okay in that job, even though they've already succeeded 90 days and they were closed. We are required to go back in on a quarterly basis, up to 4 quarters, to make sure that there are no outstanding issues that may cause a concern for keeping the job.
And so can a case be closed even if the individual plan for employment, the IPE goals, are not fully achieved?
It's possible that an individual at the time that their case was closed has already met the federal guidelines, but there is no reason to reopen the case if that is needed. There's no finite, you're out, you can't come back in. We can bring you back in.
So, but in the case that I just read, that from the consumer, the consumer didn't complete the IPE, and the employer also requested an extension for continued support, but it was denied.
Yeah, I would like very much if that person who made that statement to maybe actually come and see me and see what we can do to reopen that case if it's been closed.
Okay. That's all I was going to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We can also connect you, and because they sent their testimony through the email, and so we can forward you guys the email.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I'll just ask a question.
At this point, I'd like to recognize Vice Speaker Ada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here this afternoon. Mr. Calvo, you were mentioning earlier about procurement, and there was an issue with the procurement for a wheelchair. What seems to be the problem with the procurement system within the
First of all, it's not just a procurement, it's a fitting. So we're required to have that individual with specific needs, especially a wheelchair or a motorized type of scooter. That device, we have on island individuals or companies that can actually do the fitting, and so that when we actually go out, we actually ask that that person's fitting be specific to what we're wanting to purchase. And that company has to be upfront that they have the actual electric chair or a scooter. And what we've found out here in Guam is that the doors have closed because they cannot provide it.
It's a challenge for them to meet the specifications because the fitting involves also, they go through a rehabilitation specialist, and they are really assessed in a very detailed way. And so sometimes it's just, the specifications are so detailed, it's difficult for the local vendors to source this specific powered scooter, in which case even GSA couldn't process it. And so they said, if you guys can find it off island, we release you. Go ahead and procure it independently, in which case we do. And again, that process is still guided by the client. You know, they're looking for a specific scooter that's going to meet their needs.
Specifically, Senator, the word sole source is a no-no for us to use, even though the consumer has informed rights under federal regulations to select. Oh, you cannot have sole source. We will determine that for you. It's kind of like taking away the rights of an individual with a disability to request for a specific technology.
But if the procurement competitively takes us to a sole source, of course we can avail to the 5GCA sole source process collaboratively with GSA. But of course we try competitively first.
So we know that we have that type of issue on our hands currently. Are you folks doing anything to like get with vendors and say this could be a situation in the future? Are we doing anything to be proactive in ensuring that we can find vendors that will be able to do these type of procurements with specialized wheelchairs?
There's two vendors on Guam that we're very familiar with and have worked with for many years. But as these individualized types of fitting become more complex, they're not availing their services. The two companies are not availing their services.
So are we looking for any additional vendors out there to provide this type of services for you? Or, I mean...
One of the problems that we've encountered is that we wanted them to actually participate by going through the process of DOA accounting where you become known as a vendor, right? And so what that means is that they will get paid later. Some of these companies in the States, especially in Hawaii, they says, no, we want cash up front.
Yeah, and the government of Guam has that issue of not paying vendors on time or, you know, just leaving them to hang and 90 days can go by and no payment. But I think even for the procurement of a wheelchair, you know, specialized type chair, maybe we need to look at more vendors out there and kind of like get them ahead of time to say, we can try to work with you, but what was that, over a year just to get that specialized chair?
And this chair is not just a chair.
Yeah.
It is part of their body.
Yeah.
It gets them to work.
Yeah. And that's why we need to look really for vendors here locally so that we can provide this type of services to the consumer as soon as possible. And,
yeah, and maybe that could also be an initiative of the business engagement unit, not only to find employers for our clients to work at, but maybe we engage the businesses to let them know our challenges, what we're trying to do, and get them to participate more as vendors as we try to procure from them. And so that could potentially be improved.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's just trying to find other avenues to provide the services and in a more timely manner, and so that the inconvenience to the consumer is not as long as that one issue there, or, you know, if there's any other issues, I'm not sure, but something to effectuate a more expedient type of process to provide to the consumers. Yeah. Yeah.
Only because you brought this up. Back in 1990, I was the director of the Department of Vocational Rehab. The first director for DSIT in 95, I was that first director. I'm counting 55 years of my life helping people with disabilities. And I remember when GSA was different in those earlier days, and when they highlighted something that says person with a disability, they jumped hoops for us. But we are governed by a land of laws that has just superseded above and beyond what we think we're able to do.
Okay, thank you. And I think the only other question I had was, you were mentioning about UOG and a contract or signatures. What was that, a little bit more detail on that one?
Yeah, we're in the process of just making minor corrections to a memorandum of agreement between us, between DVR and UOG Cedars, for them to collaboratively with us to complete the next 3-year comprehensive statewide needs assessment. That would lead to, you know, also more improvements. Because the assessment is required once every 3 years.
Yeah. Is there any other contracts between you folks and UOG? No.
Not right now, but we do have ongoing RFPs in process that, may lead to that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to go into that. Yeah.
Yes.
It's active.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. I wanted to ask a few questions before I call in the next panel. This is going to be quick, but out of curiosity, I'd like to know, for individuals who completed training but remain unemployed after 3 to 6 months, what target interventions or follow-up mechanisms are currently in place, and how effective have those been eventually transitioning them into employment? So if they already completed the prerequisite or the requirements and they're still waiting for a job, what do we have in place for them? Just so, is there anything?
It goes back to our original comment that trying to find employers and the match has been an issue with us. Are there ways to work around it? Yes. Sometimes parents end up doing it themselves, to be quite honest, and either through their collaboration with somebody that owns a business and it works in different ways. I think the contract that we had just signed with the Department of Labor on the one-stop shop, they are the ones to actually match remember that this is not disability, this is ability. So they have a special program called a one-stop that helps us match so that we're not over here just doing the training.
I see. I guess moving forward, it would be something that I can also, we can also work on, just so we can figure out. I know that there are many, when they're done and they're just waiting, but I do understand where you're coming from, Mr. Joe, wherein employers are also one of the challenges. And I guess we can probably work on something where this whole setup or procedural things or requirement can probably be changed or work on a policy level, just so we can probably accommodate other ideas, right?
Thank you so much for even mentioning that. One of our members who was really coming to me regularly, will the governor be appointing me to the State Rehab Council? And it's really through the strong hand of Ms. Flores that he ended up on our list of names to be on the board. And he is the president of, I can't pronounce, what does SHRM mean? Help me out here. The Human Resources. And he is the president. And he's all excited. I was eating lunch at Moses, and he came up to me out of the blues and says, "Hey, am I going to be appointed?" I mean, he was really pushing hard, will I be appointed? And he's really excited to engage in his monthly meetings with different HR companies with HR higher-ups to start doing some business with us.
And I guess Stacy will play that significant role moving forward. And we got to start knocking on businesses' doors and ensure that, they know about these programs and they can participate, right?
Yes.
Call me, I'll help you.
Thank you.
In line with that, my first question, I just wanted to ask, what is your successful rate, with the training programs? How many individuals, after they completed the training, how many of them are placed into jobs that are directly aligned with the skills that they were trained for? And what does that indicate about how well our training programs are calibrated?
The Comprehensive Needs Assessment Survey for Guam showed a rather low percentage, and it went from anywhere from 17 to 32%. And when we were looking at other state agencies, some of them had the same population as Guam, had similar low percentages. But that doesn't mean we can't push it higher.
Is it because they're trained, the skills that they acquire sometimes is not parallel to an employment that's available?
It is quite possible because, like, we trained somebody through for several years, and then we ended up bringing that individual to GCC for graphic arts, right? And that was the client's passion. I mean, that client went through like 5 years and then another 2 years, but yet short of opening up his own business, you know what I mean? He had a big level of difficulty being acknowledged to be employed.
Yeah, I would say, again, I think the key for us is, we never had a business engagement unit before, which we've just very recently launched. So I think that's really the key to making it a more robust, opportunity. We need to bring the employers on board. It's not their fault. We need to do the outreach, and to make it known, what they can do for the population that's disabled, what they can do for them, what they can do for us, what we can do to help them understand. Once that becomes more robust, I think anything is possible.
Commissioner Dante Allen, the former commissioner of Rehab Service Administration, he brought to the table very bad stats nationwide about what you're talking about. And so he put out a Dear Colleague letter telling every single state agency, that when they go back home, they are to open up a Stacy. A business
Can I just
engagement
add
unit.
something for clarity? So the business engagement unit is the liaison, and we're the liaison between the VR counselors and the business community. And then moving back to PREETS is a conduit to job placement for these students who are potentially eligible to become consumers of VR. So after these students transition out of PREETS, we're hoping that they become consumers of VR. So that's currently with PREETS, we have 5 potentially eligible students, and another 5 who may be coming on board. So my unit is, again, just as a reminder, we're on 44 days today, and having established this unit, we've connected with 16 employers. That's not to say that I have not reached out to more. I just don't want it to be bottlenecked. So we're already on board with employers who want to start taking on our consumers. So thank you for offering your help. I will knock on your door when I need to.
Bring it on. Thank you, Ms. Stacy. I just wanted to say that this would be perfect opportunity to also identify the skills of individuals, so we can actually find accurate matching right? And then we can actually up our numbers and ensure that we utilize our funding sources.
And again, I'm sorry, but this goes back to the lack of staff that we have, the counselors. Again, the VR counselors are the driving force to get consumers signed up. So I'm waiting, and unfortunately, we don't have enough counselors to spread the outreach and to get, everyone works so hard, and we're hoping that you will consider our needs.
Well, we're
here.
hoping that
Thank you.
this hearing will shed light and encouragement to employers out there. So I'm reaching out. I'm going to take this opportunity to speak to all the businesses out there and the employers. Make sure, please, connect to DVR so we can actually up our numbers. Anyways, before I move forward, I just wanted to recognize again, if there are pending other questions, my colleagues. Senator Perez is back.
Yes.
Senator Perez, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So in our statutes, there's a mandate for 2% hiring of persons with disabilities. And so my understanding is we haven't reached that goal, or is that?
I think the entire government of Guam has reached that goal, only because the manner in which the 2% was created, it didn't say for each new fiscal year. So it's easy that somebody has asthma, somebody has arthritis, or whatever else the employee, they're currently employed. It's a misnomer, to be quite honest, to use the word 1%, 2%, whatever percent. I think we need to amend or just get rid of it and say, GovGuam, every time you turn in a vacancy to fill, I want to know that you are filling it by a percentage of your new vacancies versus 2% of your agency.
Hi, Senator. So currently, the 2% law, really, we've talked about this before. Several years back, even when my former director, Leon Guerrero, was here, regarding the need to amend that 2% law, because right now what it states is that DISID DVR, the individual has to be a consumer of DISID DVR in order, to be counted as a person with a disability and be part of the 2%. In other words, if they're not, and not every individual with a disability comes to VR for services. So there may be government agencies out there that have individuals with disabilities that can be counted as 2%, but based on the current statute, it will not apply to them, because they have to be an individual person that is a consumer of VR. So we've had a conversation before, several years back, regarding the 2%. Perhaps that's something we can bring up again. But it also states that DISID DVR is the manager of this program, and we don't know how many other agencies out there have individuals who have applied who have disabilities, because they don't come through our doors. So.
And one of the other caveat is that not everybody with a disability wants to be known that they are disabled.
Okay, the other thing is the budget. So this idea that money was relinquished because we didn't have the funding to match, if I heard correctly, Ms.
The money,
Sotomayor?
the word relinquish was not really a true word. It was reallocated so that other state agencies who have an opportunity to utilize the money that was reallocated.
Yeah.
And they're lacking money.
Okay, but I thought I heard Mrs. Sotomayor, you were saying that for those instances where we didn't have any matches, that the money had to be relinquished. Is that correct?
Okay. Is this on? Thank you. actually the return of funds. We were calling it, like Mr. Cameron said, relinquishing, reallocating back to other state agencies during a period where those are funds that we know cannot be expended before the end of the grant period. And so there's only a period of time, once every year, that you can relinquish funds to be used by other state agencies who can match the funds and also are able to expend those funds. I wanted to make mention earlier that, although we keep relinquishing funds every year, that it's showing, at the same time, Guam receives federal funds from RSA based again on the capita and the population. And so we've been noticing our grant funds that are given to Guam have been increasing every year. So that's the reason why, as it increases, we're having to relinquish at the same time. We're not saying that we're not given the local match. As a matter of fact, this fiscal year for 2026, because of all the work that's being done now and what's been mentioned here, that we want to expend those funds, we may need to come in and request for additional local match funds. This would be the first time that we'd ever do that. If we're wanting to keep and maintain and not relinquish, because at this time, we're already anticipating of receiving more federal dollars than what we've already budgeted for fiscal year 26.
Okay, in regards to the needs assessment, so, we've heard, I've seen news stories, I've heard families talk about how their experience, right? It's basically a repetitive experience. They come to DVR, they seek help, but in the end, they don't they get employed, but it's not sustainable employment, right? So they get placed, but it's not sustained. And so I think that seems to be the experience of many families here. The dissatisfaction with the ability for sustained employment. And so in thinking about, there's different various experiences. The needs assessment that you created, does it address, how expansive is it? Does it address those clients or customers that have dropped out of the system, or is it just what's currently being monitored now?
Yes, it does. It does address a lot of those. I'll be more than happy to send you a electronic copy of the very last needs assessment. And I kind of saw some of the questions that were coming from Chairperson Calvo, but it doesn't show all the other things that I saw in that needs assessment that I highlighted as potential opportunities for growth. So I'll be happy, Willie, send her the needs assessment. Would you like that as
Yes,
a binded?
Just an email copy would be perfect. Yeah, no need to print it out.
We'll be happy to send it to you.
Yeah, because it's, I know the needs are great when it comes to those with disabilities, and what we budget unfortunately in the budget is not enough. We had to ask for supplemental funding for caregiving services, and that didn't meet the needs of the community.
Correct.
So it's really critical that, when it comes time for budget, that, we can do our best to support those needs, right? And hopefully at the first try, not have a supplemental necessarily. So that's just, some of the concerns that I have with, the budget, making sure that we are asking for, you're already anticipating the federal funding is going to be greater. So that should already be automatic, that we're going to ask for the in-kind, or, the matching funds. Correct.
And I know that there are parents out there that still have really concerns. I want them to reach out to me, and so that I can see what we can do to re-engage that opportunity for reemployment.
Okay. And I think the government's a lower hanging fruit in this, right? Because I think what ultimately, what has to happen is they have to update their PDQs. And so we can integrate the workforce development when it comes to those with disabilities, or in anybody in that, for that matter. So, you know, have you talked to Director Byrne or the HR department in Department of Administration in regards to ensuring that the PDQs are updated so it incorporates those with disabilities or prioritizes them?
I don't know. I haven't had a conversation with him about it. We have not had any challenges when an individual is placed in a government agency that they meet the criteria that is needed in order to be part of, you know, to qualify for that position or even train for that position. So that is, we haven't had a challenge with that. But I agree that there needs to be an audit on the different PDQs out there government-wide, but, you know, definitely can speak to him about that.
Yeah, because I think we can probably meet the needs if we can find these vacancies. There's a lot of vacancies, actually. And so we can, you know, tailor it to the needs of our community here. That would be, I think, highly recommended. I know the businesses are another option for sure, but the government, you know, I think there's a lot of untapped potential there. Okay, so I look forward to looking at that needs assessment. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Paris. Senator Talahi?
Just if I could just get the,
Just to complete
those,
your,
yes,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Those questions that you were answering and your answers, if we could get a copy of that, that would help us.
Sure, we'll send it your way.
All right.
We'll send it to the entire committee.
Yeah, thank
We'll
you.
send it to our chair, and
Yes.
you can go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward to hearing the next panel as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the first panel. I just want to say I truly appreciate your comprehensive testimonies, and appreciate that you're answering all questions. And if there are other questions that come about in the next, hour or two, I guess we will let you guys know. We can also coordinate through email. And please don't leave, because there may be questions that may arise after the testimonies, after you guys. But I'd like to thank Stacy, Ruel, Michelle, Joe, William, Riza, and Michael. Thank you so much for your testimonies. I will excuse you guys at this point, and please find a seat somewhere and still join us, just in case we have further questions for you guys. And now I'd like to call in the next panel.
Sorry, Senator, can I just make a
Director?
brief statement? I also wanted to recognize the staff that's here.
Of
Our
course.
DVR and DISID
Your
staff.
hardworking
Yes,
staff.
you know, they came also to show that they're very interested in what this is about.
Yes.
And what we can do to improve, but I also want to acknowledge the hard work that they've done so far, too.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to DISID and DVR staff, and thank you for being here. I'd like to call in all the individuals that listed that they were going to offer their testimony, individuals who are here present, and those individuals who submitted their testimonies via email. If you are present, please, may I invite you all to take a seat up here in the panel. Thank you for your patience. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I was just going to ask, Ms. Evelyn, are you going to testify? You are. So I would, ladies and gentlemen, I will begin with Ms. Evelyn first. Ms. Evelyn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hello? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was able to listen to all the grillings that our DISIT DVR had received. I would like to share some of those situations. I'm one of them that went through approximately maybe 3-4 years in waiting for a new power scooter because of the lack of vendor and procurement issues. They had procured a scooter back just last year, as a matter of fact, in November. But when the scooter had arrived, it wasn't. I would describe that device as a monster truck because I definitely could not use it at all. It wasn't able to fit on the transit lift or ramp. It was super long. It was not able to access my apartment unit, both bathroom and bedroom, and then I could not get on and off it independently. So, due to that result, I waited for another year, 2 years, 3 years. Then finally, as you can see, the device I'm sitting on, I just came back from Hawaii in April 11th of this month, finally getting a scooter that would help me be independent within the community. So the process, not just with VR alone, but including other agencies in the government of Guam, such as GSA and vendors who would be able to provide the device or maintain the device for repairs, is no longer active here on Guam. So my last recollection with all these things really was back in 1986 through 89 on my high school years, was when Guam had a local vendor that dealt with mobility devices that didn't need to go through assessments with measurements or whatsoever. Because my experience too with the measurements didn't pan out. And they did too, and none of them were efficient enough. So it technically had to go the route to where DVR had to make a decision to send me off island to get the proper device. So that's basically how I currently now have the device, because they sent me off island. And I was able to retrieve a device without assessment. It's just with me looking at the device, getting on the device, and seeing if it worked for me. So technically, the assessment alone that occurred here in two different vendors was not even necessary, because when I communicated with the vendor that DVR had recommended, it was literally just getting on a scooter to see whether I fit it or not and whether I can handle it or not. It's just basically that. The biggest concern that I would say would occur with things like this is when the scooter requires maintenance and repair. There's just nobody on island that would do that. So that's the biggest concern now, with not having anybody on island that can do that. And that's one of my biggest hurdles. The next biggest hurdle is we were talking about employment. I was successfully employed through the program called back then in 1990 to 91, the 700-hour program. I was successfully and gainfully employed through that program. The obstacle that I experienced on that one was everything was successful after the evaluation, but the agency that I was hired by didn't have the budget to include me under their agency. So I had to go for another 90 days without pay until the agency was able to include an additional funding under their budget. And then they brought me back onto the department, but I was gainfully employed through the 700-hour program, which is now called the 2% law. And it's a lot confusing with literally everybody, including agencies, to literally understand how that program works. So I, again, like I said, was gainfully employed through that, then went on medical disability in 2003 due to a job injury. Then went back to the world of work, I would say before the pandemic, and then lost my employment after the pandemic. The problem through that, really, from my experience as an individual with disability, and everyone else has a different take on it because we all have different types of limitations, is the employer lost a huge revenue on their end, so they couldn't pull me back. So, of course, from there, I was able to go back to VR, and they're still in the process in helping me seek employment again. So, is there a problem? From what I experience and what I view, there's problems basically from what I saw on my end was there's still a huge stigmatism with employers retaining individuals with disabilities. It's not just because they don't know how to work with individuals with disabilities or they're afraid. it's because their their favorite vocabulary word is liability. And I'm like, there's liability everywhere, right? So, but when I went through that experience, I was told by management through the company that I was working for was that it's best if individuals with disabilities just get hired through VR so that any obstacles or barriers will not fall into the employer's hands, meaning they don't want to be held liable. They basically just throw the issues and problems back to the Department of Vocational Rehabilitation, which to me is not fair because they still want to keep, and I'll speak for myself, they still want to keep individuals like myself um, isolated and not be a part of the community as a whole. So, from my experience on the employment side, we still have a huge stigmatism on the employers to hire people with disabilities. And I can say for myself, I do have skills in doing things as well as knowledge, and I've turned in resumes, but because the employer looking at me with a device and not myself as a person and giving me the opportunity to show them what I can do, that's where the obstacles and barriers are for me as well as for some others that I see and hear. So it's not necessarily just on the person itself. It's basically on both sides, the employer and the individual. But to place anybody out there with an individual with a disability who truly wants to work, then it's really their choice to do, and it's not anyone else's choice but theirs. And it also depends on the employment side or the type of environment the individual is going to go into. So with employment, really, there's still a huge stigmatism. The other biggest scenario with employment is transportation. So these are the keys that really would help any individual with a disability, is to break these barriers. But if we don't work together to break the barriers and to become part of the solution instead of part of the problem, then it's never going to work. And people with disabilities would always, and I'll speak this highly for myself because we all have different needs. Every individual is different. We all know what's B&B, right? Not bed and breakfast. But for me, B&B is a burden and a bother when an individual has no empathy at all to giving the individual the opportunity to show what they can do. So we still need a lot of educational training and sensitivity training out in the community as well to help break these barriers. And we do have, we can also go to protection and advocacy, which we do have on island, but that being under Guam Legal Service really makes it difficult to do. So with the protection and advocacy, from my experience in that regards as well, they can also help with employment and other related issues to the individuals. Is they need to separate that program from where it's currently at and put it in its own little cubbyhole, because I've requested assistance through the PNA, and they have told me that PNA is only eligible now for individuals who are bedridden. And since I've understood PNA is a national organization nationally that literally just helps anybody with any type of disabilities. So if we can get that back out to where it should be, it would help alleviate some of these current problems that we have. Does this need more money? Yes, this needs more money. That we are possible, but in actuality, we just need stakeholders in there that would really be empathetic in understanding how the agency or the division is supposed to work. So from my previous years with being with VR, it has never been this critical. Is it a lot more critical now? Yes, it is. It's like fighting through teeth and nail to get it. Did I wait almost 5 years to get a scooter? Yes, I did. Was it frustrating? Yes. It came to the point where I'm not a person that gives up, but it came to the point where if they didn't get it to me any sooner, I prefer to go than to continue to live. So that's all my experience through all of this. Can we make the system better? Yes, we can. Can we bring more services to Guam? Yes, we can. And it all really just boils down to everybody working together. When I went to Hawaii, did I want to come back? No. But Guam is my home, so that's why I'm back. We got to make the service better here, especially transportation that would take us to and from employment or wherever. Without transportation, we can't go anywhere. Without my mobility device, I can't be independent. So that goes for everyone else who need it, whether it's training, mobility device, or transportation. It's solely needed. And we need to fill the vacancies in government of Guam? Yes, because I do remember when I was active with the government of Guam.
Ms. Evelyn, I don't want to cut you, but we can circle back to you again. I just want to give a chance for the other
And I was
testimonials.
just about to do that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evelyn. But I truly appreciate that you actually pointed out Ms. Evelyn, you pointed out 4 crucial elements in your statement that I truly appreciate that you brought up. One was the transportation, your challenges. Your personal challenges is duly noted. Another thing that you brought up is obviously the stigma on the employment, which is very important for us to consider. And I also appreciate that you dabbled upon the protection and advocacy part as a challenging part as well. I truly appreciate. I'm pretty sure we all truly appreciate your testimony. And later on, as we go through all the other testimonies, we can circle back and perhaps if you could stay back, we can actually ask. Your opinion about certain matters. But at this point in time, I'd like to recognize the other ones. Thank you, Ms. Evelyn. Please state your name for the record, and please speak closer to the microphone so it's everybody can hear you guys. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Jerry Leon Guerrero. I sit on the board for Special Olympics Guam, but I'm here to provide testimony as a private company supporting persons with disabilities. So Buenas and Hafaday, thank you for having us today, for the opportunity to provide testimony regarding our experience working with the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. Aztec has long been committed to workforce development in Guam, particularly in real-world, hands-on training opportunities in marketing, communications, and graphic design. For several years, we partnered with DVR to support trainees placed within our organization. While we respect and support the mission of DVR, our experience revealed ongoing challenges that impacted the effectiveness of the program for both trainees and us employers. One of the primary concerns was the inflexibility and antiquated training structure. Our industry requires progressive, skills-based development. Trainees must first build foundational competencies before they can meaningfully contribute in a professional setting. So to address this, Aztec developed an internal training program designed to support trainees at a pace aligned with real industry expectations. And this is in regard with marketing, graphics, web. However, when trainees were unable to complete this program, we were limited in our ability to move them forward or provide additional opportunities within our company. So over time, we consistently communicated the need to DVR for adjustments, including allowing trainees more time to develop within a specific industry, aligning training expectations with real-world job readiness, and providing flexibility in timelines to support different learning paces. Unfortunately, these recommendations were not supported. A significant challenge was the expectations for trainees to be ready for employment within approximately 3 months. In technical and creative fields like ours, this timeline is often not realistic. Meaningful skill development, confidence, and workplace readiness require more time, especially in structured learning environments. Despite our continued efforts to collaborate and improve outcomes, the limitations within our program ultimately led to the end of our partnership. This decision was made out of concern that the structure in the place was not setting trainees or employers up for long-term success. We believe strongly in the potential of the individuals served by DVR and remain committed in supporting workforce development in our community, especially in the graphics, marketing, events, public relations field. However, for partnerships like ours to be successful, there must be greater flexibility in training duration, industry-informed program design, stronger collaboration between service providers and employers, and a focus on long-term success rather than short-term placement goals. Our hope is that this testimony contributes to strengthening the program and improving outcomes for the individuals that DVR serves. Sizus Maasi for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Leon Guerrero.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
You're recognized. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. Hafaday, my name is Catherine Duenas, and I am a single mom. I'm a single mom for my 20-year-old son, and his name is Elijah. He's on the autism spectrum, and he's high functioning. I actually want to go ahead and just share that this is an A-B conversation, but I would like for it to be an A, B, and C conversation because speaking on a parent's point of view, we want to share and it comes way deep down inside. So thank you so much, DVR and DISIT for being here, and I will go ahead and share. According to the DVR handbook, the agency's primary goal is to help individuals with disabilities achieve employment and independence through quality services, and that is according to the pamphlet. We began, my son and I, Elijah, we began the DVR application process in 2022. He was a junior at that time with excitement and high hopes. As a parent, I was encouraged to know there was a program available for my son to support him and to prepare him for graduation. We wanted to make sure he had the right support in place as he transitioned out of high school and into the next stage of his life. However, the process ended with no meaningful progress through DVR services. As part of the application, and I have my son's application here, it's 8 pages, my son shared that he wanted to work, build positive relationships, earn income, continue learning, and become independent, like all of us. These are simple and very meaningful goals. After the initial interview, there was limited follow-through and no clear progression towards services or an employment plan for my son. There was no support provided in areas such as job placement, training, transportation, or education, higher education, vocational, despite these being outlined in black and white as available services. At one point, I was asked, and I have the letter here too, I was asked to sign by my son's VR to file an extension. However, when I looked at the extension letter, the eligibility determination extension form, I have it here. It indicates my child is the one to go out and request this extension. However, the staff is the one to go ahead and the staff was the one who contacted me to go ahead and file the extension. So this form here that I have is actually, I've written over it and I signed it, however, with factual information. That is not, it is not our request to do that. And I don't know why, what the negligence is for. It wasn't shared with me. As a parent, this is where the disconnect truly stands out. The program is meant to support individuals with families, yet our experiences felt unclear. My son and I, our experiences felt unclear and incomplete. The purpose of the program, as written, feels distant from what is actually experienced. My son has made progress as a 20-year-old going into 21 with Special Olympics. We're involved in Special Olympics. We are also involved in the autism community actively. He is an employee of ICANN Resources, and he's a bowler. He loves bowling, but it is not as a result of DVR's support. Instead, these opportunities came through outside efforts, through me as his parent, seeking employment and support independently. I am asking, as a result of my testimony, meaningful accountability, clear and clear and consistent follow-through, and a system that delivers what is promised. This includes timely communication, accurate and transparent documentation, and real access to the services outlined in the handbook. So individuals, so our children, so our people can move forward without unnecessary delays. And these are not additional requests. I just want to share with you, my child did not sign up to be on the autism spectrum. So this is something that is not, this is a right for him to be able to be a productive citizen. These are expectations that are already established in the program itself for him that has not been rendered. Families should not have to navigate around the system to receive what is already promised. The responsibility to ensure these services are delivered as intended rests within this body here, right here. Families come into this process, the DVR process, the DSID process, with hope. And that hope should be met with action. And Sizos Maasi for your time. And thank you so much for being here. Yes.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks for giving
Catherine,
that.
for
Thank you.
your testimony. I guess the good thing about today is the triad that you're looking at is all present here, the legislature, the agency, and of course, you guys. So thank you for your testimony, and moving forward, I guess we'll coordinate your concerns. Mr. Frank, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of this committee, you know, quite frankly, well, first off, my name is Frank Florig, and I'm the president CEO of Special Olympics Guam. As you know, we're a big advocate for persons with disabilities throughout the island, and we probably have one of the more successful programs in Southeast Asia. That's something we tout and we're proud of. I also sit on the advisory committee that oversees 32 nations in the Indo-Pacific area, and I'm one of 7 members. So they always look at our programs and they always ask, how can we replicate it? And we give them best, best practices, if you will. The one thing they all mention is that, how were you able to get parents, family members involved as they are in your program? And that's simple. Be honest with them, look out for their child, and do what you say you're going to do, and advocate for them. The only reason why I'm here today is I probably received about 15, 20 phone calls last night. Now, earlier in one of their slides, one of their success stories they outlined is that working with Special Olympics was one of their success stories. If that was really a success story, why wasn't I notified public hearing was happening today? I learned it through parents that had called me up. How can you say you're with the program and you're partners with the program when you're not? Not giving that person the courtesy to call me and say, look, there's a public hearing, would you come and support us, or maybe bring up some of the issues? That was never rendered. Absolutely never rendered. It was the parents that called me up. I even had to shift my schedules around today. I was hoping I could go on before 3 o'clock because I had a 3:30 meeting with about 20 coaches and 5 game officials as we start softball this weekend. I had to call them up and say, look, I'll meet you about 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight, because I think it's important that I be here. I think one of the biggest problems I have seen, well, first, let me begin by telling you that how Special Olympics got involved with DVR, I've got to give all that credit to Stacy Flores. She had called me up early part of last year, and we've worked together when she was at the district court. on programs for Special Olympics. And she goes, Frank, I'm now with DISID. We need help. And I said, well, what help do you need? We need to engage with parents. Pre-ETs, which they brag about. I think at the time they only had 11 people signed up, 11 parents, because parents don't want to deal with them. And I said, look, let's set up a meeting. We'll come in, we'll meet with you guys. So I met with Mrs. Perez. I met her, a couple of other people on the table. And I told them we work closely with a company that's affiliated with Special Olympics Guam that provides training for people with disabilities. And the only reason why we do that is because parents are coming to us, asking us, because they refuse to go to DVR or DISID. They weren't getting the results, as Catherine had mentioned earlier. So we started this little project. We started connecting our adults. We get children in at 8 years old. We watch them go through middle school, elementary, middle school, high school. And at high school, we start getting concerned about them becoming independent, productive citizens of our community. That's part of our mission statement. So I reached out to ICANN, PARI, and these are Source One companies that hire persons with disabilities. So when we know a graduate is graduating, we actually let them know, hey, these guys are graduating, can they go apply with you guys? And they always take them in. Kathy had came to me about her son, and I reached out to a sponsor of ours in the hotel industry that was willing to train her son on his money, on his dime, to become a front desk person. Unfortunately, that was not what Elijah wanted to do. So that we still have open. Anyway, she called up and she says, Frank, can we please meet with you? I went and I met with them, and I told them about this particular company we're partners with that provides training. And they said they had an issue. They wanted us to recruit parents in 3 weeks, and they needed 90 parents. So they tout this afternoon about how they've got 180 clients from 2025. Well, know that 90 of them were actually brought in by this particular company. And what's so disappointing is that there was no follow-through. We got them registered. They went through one section. A year later, they haven't gone through any of the other sections that we had said would be offered to their kids. I think if they came to me today and asked me to reach out for them, I'd tell them no. Because now these parents are kind of upset at me. Because I told them, guys, you got to give them a chance. These guys, we met with them, they want to work. Nothing's happened. I've met with Joe Cameron. I've met with Michelle. The only person I can actually talk to with some sense is Stacy. I met with Raul, and I get all these promises that we're going to do this. It doesn't happen. And I relay this back on to the parents who trust me. You know, and we're not talking about 20 or 30. We're talking about 400 or 500 families that have children that are grown in this area. I would never recommend DVR. What bothered me today in the opening statement was one of the two leaders had mentioned DISID and DVR's responsibility is to provide service. It's not DVR's responsibility or DISID. It's their mandate. And it's management's responsibility to make sure that mandate is covered. And seeing through, I run Special Olympics. We have a mandate. If I can't, it's my responsibility to make sure that mandate is reached. And I do it for free. They get paid. Your heart's got to be in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Appreciate your testimony. They're still here, so we can actually ask questions relating to your testimony later. Mr. Tim, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you. Am I on? Oh, okay, there you go. Okay. Thank you. I wasn't going to actually offer oral testimony, but the senator asked me to go ahead and read it into the record. My testimony was actually published in the Pacific Island Times on April 1st. And so I am going to read it, but I've cut out some sections because it's too long. And then I have a few comments on what's transpired since I've been here. So if you'll forgive me, I'm just going to read the article. Dad, when am I going to get my new job? I need my job, Dad. I have to get my own house. Those are words I've been hearing nearly every morning and sometimes several times a day for more than 2 years. William, my now 21-year-old son who lives with autism and ADHD, has been excited about getting, quote, my own job and making my future, his words, since August 2023 when I filed an application with the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. I wasn't familiar with DVR or its parent department, DSID, so I just did everything that I was told to do. Months went by, and it was always the counselor was waiting for this or waiting for that. After 1 year of no action, I used my own connections to set up what DVR calls job exposure at a grocery store. Even after I set up the connection for the counselor, still many weeks went by. In fact, it was many months went by with no action. I finally met with the store personnel myself, and William was able to get started as a bagger in November of 2024. Assisted by a job coach supplied by DVR, William worked at the store until the end of February 2025 when his job exposure was terminated by the counselor. Aside from a couple calls from the job coach regarding challenges with William, I was under the impression that after 4 months, William had learned how to bag groceries. However, at a follow-up meeting with the counselor and the job coach, I was effectively advised that William was not fit for employment and was in need of occupational therapy. I told the counselor that it would have been helpful for him to advise me of any issues with William's progress during those 4 months so I could help address them. My concern was brushed off, and I was told that further training for William would be explored. 5 months later, and after a pile of emails, 5 months later, after a pile of emails, most of which went unanswered, I decided to go to the top and requested a meeting with DSID Director Michelle Perez. I met with Ms. Perez and DVR Director Joseph Cameron on July 31st, 2025. I presented the pile of emails and expressed my disgust at the absolute negligence by DVR and the wasting of 2 precious years of my son's life. I know that other parents here can relate to the wasting of precious years of your child's life. I demanded a new counselor for William, and one was assigned. However, the new counselor required that William first be assessed by an occupational therapist. It took another 2 months to secure the appointment. William was assessed and determined to be, quote, capable of learning how to perform a job, something I already knew, but we had to jump through that hoop. At the appointment, the occupational therapist noted that she knew of another DVR client who had received vocational training at a local theater. I forwarded the information to William's counselor, who then set up a meeting with the theater. In December 2025, William, the counselor, and I met with the theater personnel and toured the facility. The counselor asked William if he would like to work there. William responded positively. It was clear that he was very excited, as evidenced by his constant inquiries in the days that followed about when he would start his new job. The vocational training was to begin mid-January. Mid-January came and went. Remember, we started this in 2023. We're now in 2025. Toward the end of January, the counselor advised me that the theater was not willing to accommodate William. Once again, I was told that I would be informed, quote, of any updates as they become available. Since this was what I had been hearing since August of 2023, we'll call you, don't call us, essentially, I decided not to wait for any updates and pressed for more information. I urged the counselor to provide William with other options from other employers. I knew there were no other options because in an earlier meeting with the counselor and Mr. Cameron, I'd point blank asked which employers they were working with to place their clients. Functionally, the answer was none, which is why I had to find and arrange my son's first job experience at the grocery store. So I was surprised to hear today from Mr. Cameron that there are 15 employers, when I was told none. I'd like to know who those 15 are. Maybe Mr. Cameron can send me that by Monday, the names of the employers. After expressing my disappointment to William's counselor, I was told the real reason the theater had declined to accommodate William. The theater was, quote, still waiting to receive payment for a current DVR client. In other words, despite millions of federal funds, DVR hadn't paid its bill for just one client. The information reminded me of an April 2025 story in the Pacific Island Times titled, "We Are Given More Money Than We Need. Guam Forfeits $1.5 million in DVR funds in 2024. According to DIS's 2024 report, DVR received $3,115,000 in federal funds to assist 262 participants. How many of them received vocational training? I don't know. I'll insert here, though, that when I was hearing that the reason they had to return the funds is because they couldn't get the matching funds, that does not jibe with Mr. Cameron's actual words. We are given more money than we need. In April, as with every April, we see autism awareness banners, the Marine Corps Drive waves, government proclamations, and all the usual lip service about our compassion for people living with disabilities. Meanwhile, like many other parents, I wake up each day with a child who is desperately in need of the services our government and its agencies claim to provide. It is not only tragic, it is government of abuse of our disabled children. It is government abuse of our disabled children. As of this writing, which was April 1st, Williams' counselor has secured an opportunity for vocational training with the local business. William is doing janitorial work and he has a job coach he seems to like. He is very proud of himself and excited about making, quote, real money, as he calls it. I appreciate his counselor's efforts. I just regret, for William's sake, that it has taken 3 years. The end. So, but the two things that I brought up in the context of that is, Mr. Cameron, the question up here was, how many private sector employers has DVR enlisted for training of clients? Mr. Cameron says there's 15. My question is, who are they? Because I wasn't given any names of any employers. I had to go find them myself. Now, the current counselor, actually, when he got William the job at the bowling alley, I asked her how she did it. She says, oh, I called them. Exactly. Outreach. Call them. I mean, that's what you're getting paid for, so I appreciate that. And the other thing I brought up was about the funds and matching funds. Are these matching funds, or do we have more money than we need, as Mr. Cameron says? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tim, for your testimony. We have received more testimonies here. Earlier, Senator Montanani read one from Jenny Bersinas. Yeah. And later on, you wanted to point out about another testimony, correct? But I'm not sure if you guys are interested to hear some. We can probably brush through some of the other testimonies here. I think it's important. I'm going to read quickly a testimony from Mr. David Lebowski, and I'm going to be in 1.5 mode, okay? I'll try to make it fast so we can actually read the other ones. This is from Mr. Lebowski, Honorable Chairperson, Calvo, and members of the committee, and senators. Thank you for the opportunity to provide written testimony on the performance of the Department of Vocational Rehabilitation. My perspective is grounded in direct professional experience. I was the first and only nationally certified rehabilitation counselor on Guam. I completed Certified Advanced Graduate Studies in Rehabilitation from Boston University. I served as the Director of Rehabilitation Services at Goodwill Industries of Guam. I was the first Director of Gumamami. I serve as a Veterans Chapter 31 Rehabilitation Counselor on Guam. I work for the Client Assistance Program in Hawaii and regularly consulted with the local program while employed at Goodwill to advocate for people with disabilities. My doctoral research examined burned out amongst rehabilitation counselors. I understand what the functioning rehabilitation system looks like, and I recognize immediately when a system has collapsed. The agenda for this hearing asks basic questions about partnerships, client interviews, referrals, staffing, and federal funds. These questions expose a deeper truth. Guam DVR is among the lowest performing vocational rehabilitation programs per capita in the United States and its territories. No other jurisdiction serves fewer clients per capita, produces fewer employment outcomes per capita, generates lower earnings per capita, or has returned a larger share of federal funds relative to its size. To understand the scale of this failure, it is important to compare Guam today to the first year that reliable standardized DVR data existed under federal law. In 2016, the first year WIOA performance indicators were collected. Guam served significantly more clients per capita and produced more employment outcomes per capita than it does today. Median quarterly earnings of DVR clients were also substantially higher in 2016 than they are now. In 2016, Guam used nearly all of its federal vocational rehabilitation funds. Recently, Guam returned approximately $1.5 million, close to half of its allocation. This is one of the largest shares returned by any jurisdiction in the country. The decline from 2016 to today is not a minor drop, it is a collapse. This collapse did not happen in a vacuum. For years, political appointments have been treated as a priority, while services for persons with disability have been treated as optional. Leadership positions have been filled based on political alignment rather than professional competence. It is my opinion that apathy at the very top has been a major driver of the retreat in providing services to persons with disabilities. In my opinion, many senators remember this population only when cameras are present at events such as the Special Olympics. But the real measure of commitment is not photo opportunities. It is programs, it is services, it is outcomes, and those have been missing for years. According to the Pacific Island Times, March 2024, Guam returned approximately 45% of its federal vocational rehabilitation funds in 2024, one of the largest shares among any jurisdiction in the country. This occurred even as DVR Director Joseph Cameron publicly stated we were given more than we needed. Despite Guam positioning or posting the lowest performance statistics in the nation and falling far below its own past performance, this apathy at the top has enabled DVR and service providers to operate without urgency, without accountability, and without meaningful oversight. That is why we are here today. This hearing is happening not because the system is working, but because the system has been allowed to deteriorate in plain sight. When leadership stops caring, the system stops functioning. When leaders do not understand the federal law they are responsible for implementing, the program collapses around them. When leaders do not demand accountability, accountability disappears. When leaders do not insist on timely services, families wait for months. When leaders do not value communication access, deaf and hard of hearing residents are denied basic civil rights. When leaders do not prioritize client outcomes, outcomes fall to the bottom of the nation. And when leaders do not believe in the mission of vocational rehabilitation, $1.5 million in federal funds is returned while families are begging for help. These are not administrative oversights, they are leadership failures. What makes this decline even more unacceptable is that Guam once had stronger, more engaged, more functional services than it has today. 30 years ago, yes, 30, DVR in the Guam Department of Education operated a school-to-work program that connected students with disabilities to real employment pathways. Functioning on-the-job training program were set up with employers who understood the value of inclusive hiring. Technology was beginning to be used to support communications and access. Advocates for persons with disabilities were active and present in program development. Sheltered employment options existed for individuals who needed structured environments, and Guam had leadership that cared about the disability community, including individuals such as Albert San Augustine, RIP, whose commitment to service is still remembered by many. The system was not perfect, but it was engaged, it was active, and it was connected to the community I served. Today, the system has retreated. The comparisons to national and territorial performance show that Guam is not struggling, Guam is failing. Guam is last in the nation per capita in every category that defines a functioning vocational rehabilitation program. Guam serves fewer clients. Guam produces fewer job placements. Guam generates lower earnings. Guam returns more federal funds. Guam has allowed political appointments to take precedence over professional leadership, and the disability community has been left to navigate barriers alone. The disability community is not asking for special treatment, they are asking for competence. They're asking for a program that uses the funds it receives. They are asking for leadership that understands that disability issuance are employment issues, education issues, healthcare issues, and civil rights issues. The questions raised in this hearing are overdue. The failures that prompted them are unacceptable. Thank you for the opportunity to provide written testimony. Respectfully submitted, Mr. David Lebowski, ED. Thank you, Mr. David, for submitting your testimony. I would like to ask assistance from Vice Speaker to please read the other testimony, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Francis Gil Camacho.
Huh? Oh, the mom's here?
Yeah.
Someone's here. Oh, which one? Is here? Is that the one? Is her? Okay.
Tess? Oh, I'm sorry, my first time.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You're
Good
recognized.
afternoon.
Please state your name, your full name in the record, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francis Camacho, and I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Rodney Camacho, who is currently a dialysis patient, and he has battling vascular disease for over a year and a half prior to undergoing a double amputation of both legs. Since losing both of his legs, his daily life is completely changed. He cannot bath, dress, or move from bed to chair without assistance. This has placed significant physical and emotional strain on our family since his first amputation. The first amputation took place in Metropolitan Methodist Hospital in San Antonio, Texas, and his second amputation was performed here at GRMC by Dr. Sabio. We have been visiting Agility in Agania, thinking they would approve him for the prosthetic legs now that he's gotten better and there's no pain and he's capable of transferring and using the restroom on his own, so that's already showing that he's already ready for the prosthetic. So the surgeon doctor said he doesn't need to see him anymore, Dr. Sabier, because he's getting better. Nurses, home nurses are cutting down because it's getting better, and therapy. So we had been visiting Agility and Agani thinking they would approve him for the prosthetic legs, but they informed us that they do not accept Medicare. Right now his insurance is Medicare and Take Care. So we pay Take Care off pocket, and because I used to work for the United Club and I had to resign just recently to care for him. So they stated they only accept Medicaid and veterans. We tried to apply for Medicaid and that wasn't working out. So we got denied 3 times. So because they do not accept Medicare, they estimated a cost of $22,000 for prosthetic legs. When they try to apply for Medicaid, other programs such as GURA for home rehabilitation, that's another one. So when he first got amputated the first time from Texas, came home and we applied from, DISIT had guided us, and we applied for the rehabilitation for, we own a home in Chico, and we got denied also for that, based on his income. This is just his income alone. He's only 57 years old. He's not retired yet, but he served a lot of years of working since he was 17, and 28 years of Hawaiian Rock. So now that he's ill and disabled, there's no programs out here that will be eligible. And now they're denying Medicare. You know, so we have to go off island, and we have referral from Dr. Rachel from his prosthetic vascular disease doctor in Texas. So that's the only way we can do it. We have to send him off island and with the prosthetic legs, to go through this program in Texas, and they're setting it up already, and they want him to go through therapy. It's going to take 3 to 6 months. I'm not sure. It depends on his ability. And so $22,000 for prosthetic legs. We then tried to apply for Medicaid and other programs such as GURA Rehabilitation to assist with wheelchair accessible, but we were denied. As a result, we had to take matters into our own hands and complete projects around the house, such as building ramps, which I did it myself. So making other accessibility modifications to accommodate my husband's needs. The programs he is eligible for are DISIT and GSAD programs. DISIT provides some financial assistance, but it is still a struggle since our income is limited. So DISIT had, they were really very helpful in the beginning, but maybe because of funds, lack of funds, so they cut 36 hours of my pay. GSAD assisted by providing equipment to help with getting him in and out the car. However, it was only available for a limited time, which is a lifter. Due to the weight of the equipment, it was difficult for me to manage on my own. We eventually had to return it. As a result, I am now lifting him in and out the vehicle myself, which I have a 4Runner, and it's pretty high for him, but he helps me. He lifts himself up, and I just, push him into the car. So I tried to find another solution for that problem. So I went to Medcare or this pharmacist that said that they will modify your car carrying the wheelchair into the car, but they said they don't accept Medicare. That's another problem. He receives referral from the vascular Dr. Rachel in San Antonio, Texas, in Solution TARPS, that's the name of the clinic, to receive prosthetic legs that would include physical therapy. He had to be referred to an off-island clinic because they accepted insurance Medicare. We have been referred to receive prosthetic legs to help him regain his independence and walk again. Prosthetic legs are not just equipment. They are essential for his ability to walk, return to a daily routine, and reduce his dependence on myself and others. Due to the high cost of prosthetic legs here in Guam, we're unable to afford them given our current financial situation. This is why we had to seek care of Island at facilities that will accept his insurance and cover his medical needs. We're asking the committee for assistance in providing funding, approving travel authorization, arranging medical support so he can travel to San Antonio, Texas, for his prosthetic fitting. This is not just a medical procedure. It is a difference between being confined to a bed or a chair and being able to live a productive life. I appreciate your time and consideration in hearing our requests. We hope you will consider my husband's urgent need for mobility. We look forward to hearing from the committee soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Camacho. At this point in time, I'd like to open the floor to my colleagues for questioning. I'd like to ask Vice Speaker Ada. Start? Okay. Senator Therese Serlai.
I want to thank you all for your testimony. It's very good that we can hear from you directly and hear all your struggles and what we still need to address here. I don't know, Madam Chair, if we could ask Dissett some questions at this time, or?
Yes, Senator, if you do have questions, Dissid's still here. DVR also has their representation, and they can actually join the panel.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. So in the case, for example, of Mr. Camacho, it says Dissid provides some financial assistance, but income limits. Is there any other program they might avail of?
I believe the program that Mrs. Camacho is talking about is our in-home care program that we provide under support services. And that's the income I believe she is referring to.
All right. What about prosthetics?
We do not provide funding for prosthetics.
There's no program at DISIT for that?
No.
No.
All right. What about, according to Mr. Rohr's testimony, no, according to both of them, he and Mr. Lebowski, and the Pacific Islands Times article itself, well, Mr. Lebowski says Guam is posting the lowest performance statistics in the nation and falling far below its own past performance. We don't have that in front of us. We have only, I see this is a 2022 report, and so it says how much was taken away. It doesn't give any numbers regarding services, and it doesn't give the 2024 numbers either that were cited in that article.
Senator, I'm not quite sure what information you have in front of you. I'm not privy to that unless Mr. Cameron provided that to the chairperson, but I'm not privy to that information.
Yeah, this is from Mr. Cameron. It's a RSA update. This is just how many, what are the amounts relinquished from every state or territory? Okay. So we can see that. But what about this part about we are posting the lowest performance statistics in the nation?
I don't think that's accurate. If it is, I have not been informed of that, but there's no data proving that, at least from what I'm being provided.
What does the data show? What is the data on performance statistics on this, I guess on this grant?
Mr. Lebowski's comparing us to the rest of the state programs, and we have no idea if that information is accurate, because we don't receive a report like that compares us and compares those rates. So I don't know if those are accurate.
All right. Why don't we just say then, with the money that you did receive, how many people could that serve if we had fully used it? And how many are we serving?
Again, the ones that we are serving, I mean,
15, right?
We have enough money to serve the ones that we are serving.
Is that 15?
No, that's
318?
315, I believe, in
Okay.
2025.
All
And
right.
then this year, on top of that, the 315, we got an additional 68 individuals that we're serving.
All right. And the money that we returned might have covered how many more? We returned, it says in 2024, 1.5 million. Is that correct? Because we don't have anything in front of us that shows that. 1.5 million in 2024, was that the amount returned? I got this from the Pacific Island Times.
$1.5, yes.
1.5.
Okay, so how many more people could that have served? Double? What was your total amount?
Potentially, if clients are so willing to avail themselves to DVR, again,
We could have doubled from 315 to 630.
If that amount of applicants had come in through the doors, yes.
Okay.
And if we were to increase our capacity to provide those
Right.
services to that number of that increase.
Okay. And then, what about this, several of them talked about the training restrictions. Like if we can't train them, they're not gonna be able to be successful. And the training is like limited by time. Can we expand that? What, they say DVR has been non-negotiable on that, very not flexible, not able to meet the training needs or the training time period. Are we able to do that?
Well, I think the training, a lot of the training that our clients would receive is going to be at the employer's sites.
Right.
Some of it may be prior to them going into the sites. That's true, because we have to assess their competencies and that sort of thing. But again, we are building our capacities to meet those training needs.
All right. Maybe just, can you clarify? You cover a person going to be employed for 3 months, 90 days? Is that what that 90-day restriction is? You cover them for 90 days and supposedly that's training? And if they're not, and then that's it, then they're cut off. Is that what's going on?
No, Senator. There are some situations where we've had training, companies that train individuals where DVR funds that. And then throughout the time frame of being trained, once the individual is actually trained, and the ideal placement is to be trained and at that employer and then be employed by that employer.
Yes.
We've come to challenges where the employer gets all this is paid to train this individual, and when the training is completed, they don't pick up the individual.
All right. But okay, I can see that. But you do have flexibility in continuing a person beyond 90 days in training?
I would think it's all individualized based on the individual need and the collaboration between the counselor and the consumer, as well as the employer or the trainer. I can't speak directly to certain specific situations that were brought up today, which I definitely will get more clarity on. But from our understanding, that is the process that you know, the counselor really is the gatekeeper of how this program should be collaborated with the consumer.
Okay, counselor's a gatekeeper, and we're hearing some testimony about like lack of follow-up, lack of follow-through. What have you done about that?
Short from getting into personnel issues that are being addressed in our agency now, it's been addressed several times over.
So what would you say to
and holding them accountable, if you will?
Potential customers that if they came in, they would get you know, a very prompt response. They would be determined eligible or not. They would be able to be matched up with a training program and very clear follow through with that.
That is the expectation that we've directed, and we've also directed rapid engagement because of such situation as this and the cases with, like with Mr. Rohr and with some other
All right.
cases that have come to our attention.
Okay, Mr. Rohr, you talked at the end of your testimony positively about the counselor. Is that a DVR counselor or?
Sorry, yes. So this was the second counselor because I wanted a new one after 2 years of going nowhere. And however, I did kind of have to threaten to make it happen because it was basically, don't call us, we'll call you after the theater thing fell through. And I just wasn't going to settle for it. So I'm not opposed to being actively engaged and advocating for my son, but I shouldn't have had to go through 3 years of hell just to get him a janitorial job for 90 days.
Yes, and
So-
we've got, I agree. And
Yeah.
if you have employers willing to help, I think they should be fully availed, their willingness, and training programs possibly available. What about that non-payment of the theater that was cited?
That was brought to my attention, and once it actually was brought to my attention by Mr. Rohr.
How could that happen, though, if you know who your employers are? How could we not pay them?
Well, it could be through invoicing issues. It could be through, and that's what I tried. That's the minute he told me about it, I went and I tried to figure out what was going on, and I asked those hard questions. So it ended up being paid, but it was still not. It was not appropriate. It was not. There's no justification for it, really, at the fact that they didn't pay on time. And that's what we ended up having to go to the employer, rectify that, continue to try and build that relationship. And it was, we'll take the hit. It was unfortunate that it was the onus was on us, and we didn't do the right thing, and we corrected that.
Does it happen often, or was that an isolated incident?
It's isolated. It doesn't happen as often now, comparable to when I first came on board and I started hearing different things. So that I am very direct with fiscal, that when you get an invoice, it needs to be paid because services have been rendered. And if we don't, it affects the process for others to avail to the service.
Right.
Yes.
And the persons involved especially. All right, Situs Masi, my time is up, but Situs Masi to all of you, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Terlahi. At this point, I'd like to recognize Senator Sabrina Salas Matanoni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going through your brochure, and it states Administrative Review and Fair Hearing. If you have a complaint or disagreement regarding any actions, decisions, or instances of discrimination related to our services, you have the right to request a review. You may contact the Office of the VR Administrator, Division of Vocational Rehabilitation Services, at 671-475-4624 for assistance. How often do you get complaints or concerns? And how long does it take for you to resolve them?
Well, the complaints that I've received, they've been pretty minimal, comparable to when I first came on board with my former director. And once it comes to me, it really shouldn't have to come to me to be resolved first. Before it comes to Ru and I, it really should be resolved at the lowest level. But when it does come to me, I can attest that I get down to the bottom of it as soon as it comes to me. I welcome the conversations. I can just keep going back to Mr. Rohr. I welcome the conversations, and we've set meetings up, and so.
What's minimal?
I don't think I've had more than 3 or 4 complaints.
In the past year?
In the past year, maybe 1, 2 at the most that have come to my attention.
Then I guess who handles it before it comes to you?
It should go directly to Mr. Cameron, Joseph Cameron.
Okay. Do you guys keep records
of complaints?
Yeah.
I would.
Do you track them?
Well, I track them based on the complaints I get, but I would assume Mr. Cameron and the division does as well.
And the case notes within the, you know, for the counselor should be maintaining those kind of notes as well.
Well, I'd like to just follow up and get your response to some of the concerns and complaints that we heard today. We heard from Aztec about DVR, about DISID, inflexibility, antiquated training structure. They consistently communicated with DVR. Their recommendations were not supported. Catherine, her son Elijah, there was limited follow-through, no support for job placement. Mr. Florig with Special Olympics, he had no idea that he was in your presentation, and it was classified under a success story. Mr. Rohr, he said this government is abusing our disabled children. How do you respond to that?
That was a lot to take in.
It was a lot to sit and listen to.
Understood.
Too. It was very painful.
I was on the other side of the house prior to this, so I understand the frustration. To go step from each person to directly respond, I understand the frustration they all have. I'm not here to try and sugarcoat it. You know, the frustration that Mr. Rohr had is justifiable. There should be no reason why it took that long. The same with I knew his situation because it was brought to my attention. Ms. Duenas, I was not aware of her situation. So I'm not, this is the first time I'm hearing it, and I appreciate the fact that it was brought to my attention. For Ms. Jerry Leon Guerrero, the depth of what she was going through with DVR was not brought to my attention. The depth that I understood was when I first came on board and we communicated about the invoices, and that was rectified. As far as the collaboration or lack thereof with the counselor or the assigned counselors to her clients, I was not aware of. This is the first time hearing of it. Mr. Florig, as far as putting down that the Special Olympics, I believe the context was that we were present during the Special Olympics, and he did help us collaborate for DISID, DVR, as well as support services to be there during a Special Olympics event. So perhaps that shouldn't have been put in there, but we thought that was a success because it was the first time we ever collaborated with Special Olympics. So I apologize if there was any ill intent that he thought was happening from that, but that was not the intent. I think I addressed everybody. I'm not sure if Ms. Evelyn had any, but yeah, she was going through a lot with us, and we've come to we've come up and down, but we've created a good relationship, and you know.
Well, like Evelyn said, you know, can we make improvements? Yes, we can. And I really just wanted to just say that and thank the committee chair, Senator Calvo, for holding this oversight hearing. And how long have you been with DISID, the director?
So I started off as the deputy director back in 2020, right when COVID hit. And then I was there, then I became acting, I believe in 23, and then finally got confirmed in 2023.
Yeah, I was in the media for a long time, and I'm just trying to recall, when's the last time an oversight hearing was held?
I believe it was back in my first year becoming a deputy director and having to be the one to do the oversight hearing with Senator Terlahi was our oversight chair at the time, and we had one back in 2021, I believe, or 2022. So,
2022?
I believe 2022. I have to go back and check, but yes.
Okay.
It's been a while, in other words.
It's been yes,
it's been a few
long time.
years.
Well, again, I thank Senator Calvo for holding this oversight hearing and giving us a better inside look at what's happening at DISID and you know how we can move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Montanoni. And thank you, Director Michelle, for answering all those questions on behalf of Mr. Joe Cameron. At this point, I'd like to recognize, do you want to be last? Okay. Senator Perez, you are recognized, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So, in hearing the testimony provided, Director Perez, that there seems to be a disconnect with the community, what's happening here in regards to long-term employment. And I know testimony provided by Ms. Leon Guerrero regarding solutions, right? So I think the community wants to come away from this hearing knowing that they're heard and what are the next steps to addressing this. Because, yeah, so if you can maybe speak to some of the solutions that were brought today. Is this something that you could take back to your team? I think also what I heard is this culture, this sense of insensitivity, right? So many of the parents come to the agency, they receive, they're not treated with sensitivity, considering this is a very, a vulnerable population. And, I think it should be built into the culture of the agency where that is already a given versus having to overcome this. They're already dealing with a barrier, right? Challenges. And so I guess the question is, how will you ensure the sensitivity of the agency is going to be improved in addition to, so I know you talk about services, right? Services, yes, but I think it needs to go beyond service to actual long-term employment. I think that's what they're looking for. But what I'm hearing is one of the needs is there should be a long-term employment and not just placement. And so I guess maybe I want to give you this opportunity to, yeah, what are the next steps after this hearing?
Thank you, Senator. Let me go back to when my first my confirmation hearing, when we talked about it takes a village, it takes an island. We don't have all the solutions, and I'm open, and I welcome the criticism, I welcome the critique, I welcome the opportunity for new ideas. And I think at this point with this oversight hearing, I think this is a first step in the right direction to get to that point. We do have a lot to improve in our agency, and it's in DVR. And I welcome anything we can do to get the ball rolling. On the same note, if there are signs of insensitivity in this division, then we will need to address that. However, I have not been privy to those comments. I have not been privy to any of those feelings of the parents or the clients that come in, because I would address it. If it's just specific people, then I would like to know that as well. And I've asked before when I spoke to some senators, if you're hearing things from constituents, please let us know so we can address it. And, kudos to the people that are real advocates, parents and family members that come here, because we would not know, I would not know, we would not know unless we come into, and unfortunately it has to be a forum like this in order for it to happen. But I welcome any opportunity to find solutions to improve, because the government is here for the people. So, I'm not quite sure what else I can add to to this at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I'm seeing that some of the panel would like to respond. Is there anything that you guys want to add to your testimony? Jerry?
If I may, I really blame the parents. They just shrug their shoulders and walk away most of the time. In fact, I was told, don't even bother with this. It's a useless agency. And that's their attitude. That's why there's only 2 parents here today. So because it's hard. Because I'm self-employed, I have the ability to even sit here today. Most parents are working. So it's difficult. They just give up. So it's, It's really on the parents, though. They're going to have to make the effort. They need. Michelle has been very open. That I've learned in the past. You just go to the top. I'm not going to deal with the bottom. That's where the problem's at. I'm going to the top. As soon as I contacted Michelle, she set up an appointment. And we got things straightened out, and that's why my son has a job today. But parents have to be willing to do that instead of just BITCH and walk away and shrug their shoulders. And that's what's going on with a lot of them. I can't speak for them, but there's only 2 of us here today that were willing to testify. So it's not all on Ms. Perez because, like I said, parents aren't even bringing this to her attention, right? So, but I'll actually speak off the record later to Ms. Perez about what they can do to fix this, because I know what to do to fix this. And I'll stop now.
I just want to say a few things is that a lot of the parents and guardians and family members that are not here, that us at Special Olympics have been receiving calls is because they were just frustrated. They're just tired of it. Oftentimes when they do go there, the door is locked. And they're like, wow, what is this? Is keeping us out of there? Our organizations, our program is about health, wellness, right? Mental, physical. But at the same time, we extended our services that goes beyond that, right? They come to us and say, what can we do? Where can we go? DVR is not, living up to the mission and expectations that we lean on to. My family doesn't have the finances that can go independently to get resources for our family member. And so, we came here today, and I came here today as I was once a partner with DVR, like since 2014 or 15. And when it first started, I was like, wait a moment. Something needs to change because we're an actual agency. We can't just train the person 3 months and then hire them right after. It doesn't work that way. Maybe if they were in another particular company that learned how to phone operators, maybe some data input, things like that, that's structured for 3 months, that's routine and consistent, then that's a viable time for that person to be a candidate for employment. But in services that we provide, and you guys know amazingly, we have a lot of folks out there that are artists, that are writers, that are the best coders in the planet. And I can say they're the best employees too. They're loyal, they're committed, they're structured. But it again goes back to the type of industry and career that they decide to choose. In my case, we're quite different because of the fact of their skill set. You can't just have the expectations that they're going to do all this photography and videography in less than 3 months. Holy cow, we created a program for it. And our clients that come in, our trainees, can never go as far as so much to complete it because we were literally on a time frame. And I would battle it to go back with the counselor and speak to the counselor supervisor for years and said, here's a program. We are willing to help you guys. It's the right fit. You guys need to talk about it, and I could get more private businesses to become partners. Because yes, I am curious. Who are the 15 companies that are part of this? Why did they not come back to me and say, Jer, we need to keep you? But nothing. We just ended the relationship. And then after that, it was moot point, right? So we went ahead and extended our services in a different avenue to continue what I could within the agency to give some sort of employment for persons with disabilities. So it's twofold, right? But there are companies out there that are willing to partner and advocate and be part of the program positively if we were included into it. If we're not included into it, it's never going to be corrected. We're never going to streamline services. And I just, like it was just said, $3 million. Where did that go? And again, 300 and some 300 and some clients. I want to know where they're at, because I'm pretty sure there should be at least 1% of them who are maybe graphic artists. Who are they? And where do they get these data, right? I'm curious to know, because we're about successes, right? And so I know, Mr. Cameron will probably, respond to these questions later after this hearing, but those are the things that I question about right now, just listening. I'm like, right here, we're your advocates to be part of the team. And if it doesn't get to Michelle, then something is wrong. Something's not being done. And why should Mr. Rohr have to go through Michelle to speak to her to correct an issue? That shouldn't be. That speaks for what's happening in the rest of her agency. Something needs to get done, right? And so those are just a couple of things I just wanted to say in my observation. But yes, I think positively that something can happen, and to improve the program, it allow outside partners to come in and not just keep it within, thinking that, for a better word, you know it all. It's not. I think Michelle said it takes a village. Well, invite the village in. First, you got to unlock the door to let the people in to your agency. So that's all I have to say, but thank you.
If I may add to that, I think that the insensitivity of the rank and files towards the parents deter parents from giving up and going away. And I get that a lot. I remember there was an incident where one particular parent was telling me she took the bus down to Addis Plaza, or where they're at, twice. It took her a while to get in, and when she did get in, she wanted to inquire about how they can help her son out, who was graduating out of high school, and she was told, we'll have someone call you. So on the third attempt, I'd asked one of our board members, who, by the way, is also a retired special ed teacher, admin, if she would take the time out to drive her down, and she did. And it was the same thing until she kind of raised Cain and says, look, I just drove her down. It's her third time. Nobody's called her. Finally, someone in the back came out and talked to that parent. Why do they have to go through that 3 times? And, parents, they would advocate for their kids, but let's face it, a lot of the parents we have are from low income. They've also got challenges at home. And for them to go through this, if you got to take a bus down there, they should make that opportunity to see that parent. Even if it's the person above that caseworker. But she was told 3 times that somebody will call you. And that never happened. And the person that took her down finally spoke up, and miraculously somebody became available. They shouldn't have to go through that.
Thank you, sir. Senator Sabino?
I'm sorry, Ms. Evelyn wanted to say something.
Okay, you see how we're hearing all of these? Honestly, I've been through all of that. part of the problem we have here, okay, and it's not targeting anybody at all, okay, but this is going to reflect back to our lawmakers, our governor. Since when do we have, and this is where I'm going to say, we need to fill the vacancies that are not filled in government of Guam, so we can continue to open the doors from 8 to 5. It's because lack of manpower that some of these agencies have to close their door from 12 to 1. Not everybody does that, but most of them does that nowadays. And I've been through all of this. Yes, the parents have difficulty advocating, but honestly, it's gonna take a whole room of people to make things work. We cannot just pinpoint fingers after fingers. We need to work all as a team, and if DVR, DISIT has an issue, corrective measures need to be done. I've been through that rope where I had to, there's an issue that had to go through the director, but I didn't do it that way. I went through protocol over through DISIT, and when actions didn't go, the last resort was for me to communicate with the deputy director or director via email to navigate the issues. Did it go through that way? Yes. Did it take a while? Yes. Did it take me to go back and forth? And I'm going to share with all of you that technically all over the government of Guam, where I'm known, where I get services from, I'm a critic because I don't stop. But there's just, yes, there's a rope where I say, I'm going to give up. I'm going to give up. And that's what everybody's going through right now, especially with single parents who have no support. I no longer have family support. I'm on my own. So I need this community to support me, as well as this body and all services. So that's how it's going to work. But we need our lawmakers, as well as the administration, to get on everybody and work together. Pay everybody equally, run the service like it should, stop cutting it, and just provide the help that's needed, especially if they're getting federal funds for it. That's all we got to do. And if there's money to help anybody, we're not, I'm going to tell you frankly, I may be a person with a disability, born with a developmental disability, but sometimes when there's an issue, I look at it 3-4 times and I say, am I the one with a person with a disability, or is it the person that I'm going to communicate with that has a disability? But really, it doesn't have to go that way. All we are asking as an individual with a disability, or a family member, or parent, it doesn't matter who it is listen and try to respond and provide the services and the assistance that's needed. Because if each and every individual with a disability or anybody with a low income who's pulling a figure of 8 to 10 figures, will any one of us be screaming for assistance? No. And I'm one of them. But it's a challenge every day. Can I empathize with parents that deal with it and not get the response? Yes. But the problem here is there's no empathy. There's a lot of sympathy, but no empathy. And that is what we need to strive with, is empathy, not sympathy. Is start putting yourself in my shoes, in a single parent's shoes with a child with a disability, or anybody who struggles through that matter. Because in reality, everybody has a disability that they're not aware of, including their attitude. So let's try to fix this together and work together as a team and make it work. My philosophy in my entire life being a person with a disability is, if there's a will, there's a way. And, you know, it just takes a lot of strategies and ideas and working together. Instead of saying, I'm in charge, I know better than you, or I know this, I know that. It doesn't work that way nowadays. So I'll throw in one very important key. Transportation has collapsed, and no one has moved to fix that. No one has moved to this very day. And I'm still struggling with it. But is it going to stop? No. And really, we all have to advocate to help one another, because we cannot do it by ourselves. Now, if we're willing to just, okay, let so-and-so do it, you can choose your own advocate. I can say, I can have Kathy be my advocate. Kathy can say to me, can you be my, sure, let's go. The more the merrier, right? But if we're gonna sit here and pinpoint fingers and saying this, that, and we're not going anywhere, then how? What we truly need to figure out is the issue of returning money and putting more money where it needs to be. So that's what is needed. My other service that's being bombarded right now is my personal assistant service. That's being bombarded right now. But am I going to choke DSIT for it? No. But I'm going to go and ask, when are we going to fix it? So we all need to work together, and sometimes it starts from this body. And then this body has to wiggle up to the upper body, who always tends to veto a lot. You know, so let's all work together and fix the problem. Like I said, when I went to Hawaii, I had to think twice whether I wanted to come back or not, but I had to go home and make the service better at home. So, you know, let's try to work together, mitigate all these problems, put money where it needs to go, and get the service going. And don't just pick whoever we want to pick to service, because everybody needs it. I need it. Her son needs it. Other individuals with disability needs it. And everybody needs to understand that every individual with disabilities has different needs. It's not all the same. So that's where this whole scenario is. And for employment, it's not only, like I said, the stigma is still at the employers. Because with me, that's where the issue is. I have training back and forth with DVR, but the employer looks at me because I'm sitting on a power scooter and they're already having negative thoughts, oh, she can't do this. That's the problem with the employers as well. It's not just DVR alone or the individual alone. The stigmatism with employers is still very high. So really, the problem is everyone, but can we make a difference and fix it? Yes, because One day minus today, if you become a person with a disability, you're not going to be struggling like the way we are down here, because services are a lot better for you, because a person like me, parents like these individuals down here, has already corrected it. So can we work that way and make it happen, and not just say, they're just complaining or they're just not. No, it's a crisis and it needs to be fixed. So that's all I asked. That's all. I don't know if that's all of you asked, but really, it's got to work, because we all have a purpose in life. And that's the other thing we got to remember, is we all have a purpose in life. So I'm not here to get all the credit and say, but she's not. No, honestly, I'm already tired doing this. I'm tired. I want to enjoy life like everybody else. So do I empathize with them? Yes. Do I know what they're going through? We have different limitations. So my answer is no. But there's similarity to things. And is it hard to get services? Is it hard to get jobs? Yes. Because they look at our limitation before the person. They put the disability before the person being a person. So I don't know if that makes sense with everybody, but that's the issue with all of this right now. And we receive money, and money doesn't get placed to where it's at. So as of who does that, I don't know. I cannot target Michelle Perez right now, because she's not the only one over there. She's not the only one controlling the money. Or Mr. Rue or Will or anybody for that matter over there. Honestly, we just got to work together. And it's going to take the lawmakers and the head honcho of the island of Guam to do that. So that's all I ask. That's all they ask, is provide the services that their children need to make them feel like they have a purpose in life. Because that's what I want too. I don't want to be a B&B. And again, that's not bed and breakfast. That's burden and a bother. So let's fix it. Because if there's a will, there's a way. Do all of you agree?
Masi, Evelyn.
Thank you.
And everyone here that's come here to advocate. And the director, I do have some solutions that might work. So I'll be looking forward to speaking with you on that one.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, it's Masi.
Michelle.
You know where to find me.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Perez, and thank you, Evelyn. At this point, I'd like to recognize Vice Speaker Ada.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone for being here this afternoon. I know it's been several hours now, but this is how we get the information out and what's going on within a department or agency. And perhaps, Madam Chair, if I may recommend that we come back in 60 days for a roundtable, just to kind of see where things are going, what corrective action has been taken, what steps have been taken to improve the services to those that are in need, and also what is the ongoing resolutions within the department or agency that is, that's before us. So I thank everyone again for being here this evening. It's already 6 o'clock, but thank you for being here. And we look forward to coming back to a roundtable to where we can see where we're at, the progress we're making. And Ms. Evelyn's right. This is not about pointing fingers at anyone here. This is about working together to improve the services and improve, most especially to the parents and to the clients that need the services of DSID and DVR. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. I'd like to thank each and every one of you, Evelyn, Jerry, Catherine, Frank,
Mr. Tim, Michelle, Ruel, and William, thank you again. And of course, Mrs. Francis, Mr. and Mrs. Camacho. Just wanted to say, Sidus Mase for all your testimonies, and that was a really good recommendation from Vice Speaker to come back after 2 months for a round table. But we're not going to wait 2 months. I work, we've been sitting down, I've been sitting down, and I've been having meetings with DSID, and to be honest, they're very hardworking. Michelle, Ruel, very, very hardworking individuals, even DVR. But, you know, there are no perfect system. But obviously, we don't want to return monies, right? So we need to figure out how we can actually rectify that situation and how we can utilize those fundings. But at this point, I already said Sidus Mase, but I'm going to do it again. Sidus Mase to everyone who participated in today's oversight hearing, to my colleagues in the legislature, the Division of Services for Individuals with Disabilities, the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, our agency partners, stakeholders, advocates, employers, and members of the community. Thank you for your time, insights, and continued commitment to this important work. Today's discussion provided a meaningful review of the full pathway from training to job placement and ultimately to long-term employment retention, which is our goal, ultimate goal. We examined whether training programs are aligned with workforce demands, how individuals are matched with opportunities, and what barriers continue to affect successful placement. We also discussed the importance of retention beyond the 90-day benchmark. Hopefully we can extend that, you know, more than 90 days would have been great. We're probably going to encourage more employers, right, to participate in that note. But sustainability, long-term success requires continued support for both employees and employers. In addition, we reviewed the importance of coordination with DVR, the Department of Labor. We invited, and so hopefully moving forward, we can engage with them and other agencies, as well as the need for strong accountability and reliable data to guide decisions and improve outcomes. We also touched on structural considerations regarding the placement of DVR and whether changes may be better support its mission. Throughout today's hearing, one message remained clear. Programs must not only exist, they must deliver measurable, meaningful, and lasting results. Those results should be reflected in real outcomes, employment retention, and greater independence. We also heard directly from stakeholders whose experiences remind us that behind every policy discussion are real people and real needs. Their voices are essential as we move forward. This committee will carefully review the information shared today, including possible legislative actions, expanded retention supports, structural considerations where appropriate, and requests for additional data and follow-up report. This hearing is not the end of the conversation, but part of an ongoing effort to strengthen systems, improve outcomes, and ensure every individual served has a real opportunity to succeed. We remain committed to working collaboratively with all stakeholders in the way that is practical, measurable, and responsive to our community. Our committee will continue to receive testimonies for the next 5 days. Please send it to Office of Shelly, Senator Shelly Calvo at GovGuamLegislative.gov. Sidus Mase once again for your participation and dedication to serving individuals with disabilities. The time now is 6:04, and this oversight hearing is hereby adjourned.